the director for the Wahid Institute, and Professor Sawada from the ADB. Without further time, we would like to ask Professor or Mr. Mahmoud Muhadin to start with the presentation. Each of you, for
Right, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have all the honor to participate in this event to discuss economic growth, sustainable development, and the role of Islamic finance. There is a PowerPoint presentation that I will go through very quickly and leave it behind for further reference. So, you may have heard already the comparisons between the Millennium Development Goals and the Sustainable Development Goals. The past had seen the emergence of the MDGs, 8 goals, 21 targets, and 60 indicators. Now we have a bigger agenda ahead of us, with 17 goals, 169 targets, and more than 230 indicators to monitor the progress. The MDGs were very much focused on basic indicators of human development. The SDGs are more comprehensive and more universal, covering in a holistic approach economic growth, social development, environment, and governance. And as I said, they are very much universal compared to the MDGs, which were focusing on the developing countries. Almost 10 years ago, there was a very interesting report led by Professor Mike Spence, very well-known, notable economist, who received the Nobel Prize in Economics, and he formed a good number of people as commissioners, and we had with us another Nobel Prize laureate supporting the work, Professor Bob Solo, and many practitioners, policymakers, academicians, and actually one of the researchers supporting the work of this Growth Commission report just won the Nobel Prize a couple of days ago. Professor Paul Romer used to be the chief economist of the World Bank Group. And in this report, it was basically a very practical perspective on growth, and looking at the experience of countries that managed to do well after the Second World War, growing by more than 7% in more than 25 years in a kind of sustainable manner. And the report tried to identify the sources for growth, but more importantly, the common ingredients for growth. And we found those 5 pillars. These countries had macroeconomic stability, they had future orientation, focusing on investment and savings, and they respected the market rules, but with effective regulations, and they relied on openness of trade and capital flows, and in all cases they had strong leadership and good governance. After 10 years, we can see all of these pillars of great relevance to any kind of advice. Of course, there are lots of details under these pillars, but the advice still very much valid. At the bank, at the World Bank, our teams are busy, and they are going to be launching in hours a new index. Because we believe in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, you need to invest in 3 areas. You need to invest in human capital, as reflected in that Growth Commission report as well. You need to invest in infrastructure, but now the definition of infrastructure is not just about roads and bridges and ports and seaports. It's very much as well about the infrastructure for new technology. So whatever we spend on broadband, for instance, are going to be very much crucial. In addition to that, and more important than all of that, is the investment in human capital, on education, on health, on making sure that those who are going to be in school are going to survive until they reach the school age and continue in a good health. So that is going to be very much the index that we are going to be announcing in a few hours, and according to which countries around the world are going to be ranked based on their performance on this human capital index. So we need to have some good health system, good health coverage, universal health coverage, and you need to have good nutrition for the kids. And in terms of schooling, issues related to quality of education, as emphasized in the SDGs, have to be put into consideration. As I said, you need to invest in three areas: investing in human capital. The second one is investing in infrastructure. And we have seen very strong correlation between the investment in infrastructure and growth. And we have seen the good progress recently in Africa, but well, it's very much behind what has been happening in Asia, especially East Asia. And the third part of the investment, so it's invest in human capital, invest in infrastructure, and then investing in resilience. And this is much more complicated if you take it, depending on the way that you take it from. Do you mean resilience in the social fabric? By that, you need to invest more in social protection, to enhance the labor regulations, to protect the workers if they are dropped from the workforce. Do you mean the resilience to pandemics, as we have seen the importance of investment in health systems to deal with the shocks that could happen in neighboring countries, as we have seen recently in Africa? Or is it the investment in the resilience against other kinds of shocks, including conflicts in different neighborhoods that could affect your country, even if your country is peaceful and stable? It could be subject to negative externalities from the neighborhoods. So this is basically the approach that we are taking in order to enhance inclusive growth that would be the way to deal with the challenges of poverty and achieve the sustainable development goals. And when I was entering the room, I was just watching, as you did, this interesting presentation about the index on human inclusive development in Indonesia, which looks interesting, at least in the different pillars that it is using to monitor progress. But in all cases, we see again there are three things that you need to focus on when you are dealing with sustainable development. First, we need to take data very seriously. And there is huge deficit in good quality data to monitor progress almost in all of the 17 goals. If you take, for instance, SDG 1, or Sustainable Development Goal number 1, which is dealing with the good target of achieving zero poverty or ending poverty by 2030. According to the World Bank, we say achieving 3% for technical and statistical reasons. But in order to achieve this goal, do we really know the state of poverty or status of poverty in countries? I'm afraid that we don't use up-to-date information, with very few exceptions. And at best, we have information that goes back to 3 or 4 or 5 years. Actually, a new report that's going to be coming out from the bank in a couple of days, updating these statistics on poverty, is referring to 2015. This is after the update of data, which were stopping until recently at 2013. So we have data up to 2015 and projections which get us up to 2018. But these are not actual, these are estimates. So we can see that we have the same problems in other kinds of data, including, of course, the quality dimensions related to education and health. So we need to invest in this area heavily. I know it's a very sensitive matter. Canada is not very sensitive when we talk about their case, and this was based on a recent study from Brookings by John MacArthur, and he sees that even in a country as sophisticated and advanced as Canada, you can see that they are facing major challenge in obtaining the data. And here is basically using a yes or no for the basic indicators required. The 169 targets, we have some reliable data for 94 targets of the SDGs, and we don't have any kind of assessed targets for 75 of them. This is, we're talking about a very advanced economy here. I would encourage you to test the case of Indonesia based on this approach. How many targets you can really cover by good, reliable, and dependable statistic. And this is getting the policymakers, the private sector as well, the academicians and the researchers in deep trouble when they are trying to assess the performance and progress in work. So, to achieve the SDGs, you need to have three things. I covered the first, which is data. The second is about finance. And this slide is basically a summary of the Finance for Development report of the Addis Agenda. As you know, there was an important meeting in Addis Ababa in July 2015, and this is basically a summary of it on the finance side. You need to mobilize domestic resources, you need to have private sector finance, you need to have external resources in the form of foreign direct investment and portfolio investment, and if the country is in a developing stage, it may rely on some concessional finance, like borrowing from the World Bank or the Asian Development Bank at concessional terms. But you need to mobilize all of these resources in that long river in order to target your sustainable development goals with sufficient resources. Otherwise, you'll be seeing some major deficits. And we see in all countries, without exception, major deficits to achieve the goals. And the estimate from UNCTAD is around $4 to $4.5 trillion globally. This is the deficit of finance globally. And this is just an estimate. Meanwhile, we see some good opportunities through digitalization of the financial sector. I know that Indonesia is doing well or trying to do better in the fintech industry in order to enhance financial inclusion and using mobile money and the digitalization of systems, which, as we have seen elsewhere, had managed to have a great impact on mobilization of resources from the private sector. On the financial sector, it's not enough just to talk about digitalization. You need to have a decent, reliable legal framework. You need to provide consumers with protection. You need to have effective regulation through the central bank and the financial regulatory authorities. You need to enhance financial literacy. You have many gimmicks in the systems in many countries. You have Ponzi schemes, you have what so-called crypto assets or cryptocurrencies. So you need really to educate the people about the kinds of risks that they might be facing. And you need to allow at the same time decent financial innovation. If you do all of that, you can really reach the top of that architecture by having better savings to be mobilized for investment. Our research at the bank had shown that financial development have a positive significant impact on growth and reduction of poverty level, and you can really see the references, a variety of references that I'm quoting here, including by our colleague Asla and her team in our research department. So very quickly on the Islamic finance and its role in economic growth and development. You can see the very strong progress of Islamic finance recently, and the projection for Islamic finance to exceed 3 trillion. If you Google the news, you will see that this country, Indonesia, just yesterday, there was a very big announcement of a very big funding through Sukuk. So it's a green Sukuk funding activities based on the green filters and mobilizing funds through the Sukuk instrument as well. So it has two lines of innovation. One of them is Islamic, and the other one is greening the transaction. And we can really see the kind of potential growth. Although that in the future we're not really seeing necessarily that Islamic finance is going to be only about growth, because growth could perhaps be referred to in the early stages of development. But now we'll not be seeing the double-digit growth necessarily of Islamic finance, but we'll see steady progress in this dimension. More importantly, how we are getting more and more Islamic financial transactions linked to the real economic growth, to social development, more than just bragging about the numbers. On some research that I did with colleagues, we have shown that Islamic finance can contribute to financial stability. It will have huge social impact, and for those who are interested in impact, our colleagues in the IFC are going to be issuing on Friday the framework for the principles of impact investment. So as you can see, I'm telling you about very recent reports or things that are going to be happening in the forthcoming days. So please try to follow that up in your monitoring of the progress on financial development. We argue as well that Islamic finance could be helpful in financial inclusion, especially for those who have some sort of opposition in dealing with the conventional financial system for cultural or religious reasons. And we have seen as well that Islamic finance through the Sukuk instrument in particular could contribute to long-term finance for infrastructure. So these are four important aspects of Islamic finance, and the reference there is on that I did back in 2015. We try to show why Islamic finance is capable of doing that through the emphasis on partnership, the profit and loss sharing principles of Islamic finance, the social responsible investments, and the emphasis on links with the real economy at large. That, as you know, Islamic finance emphasizes the fact that each of the transactions had to have an underlying asset to support it. So there is no finance for finance in the Islamic finance framework. So each transaction has to be supported by kind of development in the real economy or social development. So through that, we have established some lines of possible impact of financing through Islamic finance, either on small and medium enterprises or infrastructure projects, or improving the poor people access to financial services, or supporting social investments necessary for advancing health or education systems, or supporting green finance. And I think the good transaction of $1.5 million of Indonesia yesterday is a good demonstration of that beyond the abstract talk. Meanwhile, we see that Islamic finance is not just about these transactions. Of course, there is Islamic banking, there is Islamic capital market, and there is the takaful, which is the Islamic version of insurance. And all of that, you currently see the variety of assets that you can see in the Islamic capital market, from the short-term means of funding to the long-term means of funding. For those who are working with Islamic financial transactions, they can see that the Sukuk transactions in particular could be very complicated, very hard to understand. But this one that I'm sharing with you here is very simple structure. This is one of the simplest structures of Sukuk, where you see the receivables, and this is based on a real case of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. So we have the tenants paying the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg rent, and there is a special purpose vehicle that was created that can have a lease agreement with the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. If you have these kind of receivables over time, you can issue Sukuk for them. It's a kind of modified securitization for the purposes of creating an Islamic finance transaction based on Sukuk. Now this is a very simple, very straightforward kind of a structure. But I encourage you to see some of the much more complicated structure, which is very much confusing to the investors, to the regulators, and to those who are subscribing to them. And actually, even the rest of the experts in the field fail to understand why some people tend to make it more complicated. Some people are assumed perhaps to avoid any kind of regulations, or to avoid taxation, or to confuse those who are following them up, or perhaps to brag about innovation. To keep it simple, to keep it straightforward is better for everybody. And with that, we put some specific recommendations about the policy interventions to unlock the potential of Islamic finance for sustainable development. 6 of the pillars. We need to enhance corporate governance and risk management techniques in the financial and the non-financial industry. We need to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework. We need to promote standardization. The trouble and the challenge with Islamic finance that there is a challenge with standardization. Whatever you see in Malaysia could be very different from Indonesia, very different from the Gulf, very different from Luxembourg, very different from London, very different from Germany. And this is not really a kind of difference that is really telling us something about competition. It's basically creating unnecessary confusion and minimizing the credibility of these assets across the borders. The other thing is basically that we have seen the need to improve insolvency regimes and bankruptcy protocols. In many countries, the exit mechanisms have a lot to be desired, and we need really to improve them. And we have seen that the default cases in some countries, including some of the Gulf countries, have really told us that we need really to work hard on these exit rules. Nobody will enter a building or a place or a transaction or a deal without knowing where to exit. So having clear exit rules are much more important than the entry rules. I know that in investment we have always facilitated the entry into the system, but it's equally important to enhance understanding of how to exit from the system if you want to get out from any reason, that you had enough, or you want to go to another market, or you failed in the business. You need to have decent protocols. Raising the public awareness. I have been talking a lot about financial literacy today. 10 years after the global financial crisis, I like to refer to the good work of many economists, including another Nobel Prize winner. I mentioned 4 of them today: Mike Spence, Robert Solow, Paul Romer, and the 4th is Bob Shiller. Is one of the very few economists who anticipated the global financial crisis, and when he was dealing with the issues related to the mortgage finance problems and the subprime assets in his country, the US, he, in a very small book, 80% of that book on the solutions, he emphasized many things like regulations or consumer protection, but he dedicated a very big part related to financial literacy. That people, especially with such financial innovation, talking about technology, all of these new assets that are facing us, you need really to be more acquainted with all of these new innovative products, at least to understand your rights and liabilities. And finally, you need to have more and more skilled professionals. Yes, I know that there is a great deal of innovation, but this is the kind of industry that is based on the talents and skills of the people, not just the machines.
Excuse me,
yes.
Professor Muhyiddin, 1 minute left.
Okay, which is handy for that, because this is just a simple slide of propaganda for the bank. We are doing a lot on the World Bank group, either the World Bank side, the IFC or MIGA, on the different transactions related to Islamic finance, emphasizing the green funding of them, including the green spook business that we are leading in many countries. IFC, the private sector arm, is doing a lot on this front. And finally, MIGA is doing a lot in the takaful support for Islamic financial transaction. And this is an example of the SDGs-linked bonds that could be applied everywhere, including Indonesia here. and we say that we can really support sustainable development at global, regional, national, and indeed local level where the actions happen. And this is my thank you for you, just finished in the last second of my 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Motabian. He's also a professor of economics and finance in Cairo University. Continuing from what we have in the first session, the inclusive economic growth is not only about expanding national economics, but also ensuring the livelihood and the quality of the human capital. He suggests us that there are needs for a new development model in the financial system, which is more sustainable to foster inclusive economic growth. One of it is the Islamic finance. We have a second speaker, Bambang Sudibyo. He's a former Minister of Finance. We'll talk more about the potential of the Islamic finance. Please, Pak, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukrulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wala haula wala quwata illa billah. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Excellencies, dear participants, I'm going to talk about poverty, inequality, and the role of zakat. Most speak about will talk about zakat in supporting inclusive economic growth. Next. This is the data about GDP growth, prosperity, poverty, and social disparity. Next. If I put it in a chart like this, yeah. But Minister Pak Brojo have a better slide than this about the same thing, yeah. But he doesn't have better slide because he has many stuff, you know. And this I did it myself, you know. Well, Pak Bambang, I think he has a lot of stuff, yeah, a lot of economics to do that, and he just makes some final correction. It can be seen here that in 98, yeah, we have monetary crisis. So that economic growth was minus 13 point something, yeah. And that have a great impact on the poverty. Yeah. The poverty rose up, yeah. Even though after that, yeah, the poverty was tend to decrease. Yeah. Next. Severe impacts of monetary crisis 97, 90, 98 here. I was Minister of Finance in 1999, 2000. I did a lot, yeah, to manage the economy, yeah, how to recover from the crisis. Yeah. We can see that GDP growth, yeah, before crisis, yeah, 1996 was 7.8%, quite high. Yeah. But after crisis, yeah, during the crisis, 1998, it was minus 13.1, dropped by minus 20.9%. GDP per capita, yeah, in 1996 was 1,394.5 USD. Then was dropped down in 1999 into 572.1, yeah, dropped down by minus 59%. And poverty rate, yeah, rose up, yeah, from 17.47 into 24.2%, rose up by 38.5%. Next. Economic performance, yeah, during 19 years of reform era. Yeah. GDP per capita, yeah, was in 1998 was 572.1%, yeah. in 2017 was 4,130.7 USD, yeah, rose up by more than 6 times. Poverty rate, yeah, was 24.55% in 98, yeah, and then dropped down into 10.12, yeah, in 2017, yeah. Average annual decrement was 0.74%, yeah, and then Gini index, yeah, was 0.35 in 98 and become 0.39, yeah, in 2017, yeah. During 2011 up to 2016, Gini index was on the red, yeah. It was 0.41 from 2011 to 2015, and then dropped down to 0.40 in 2016 and dropped again into 0.39 in 2017, meaning that the efforts of the Jokowi government to moderate disparity was quite successful. Next, challenges of poverty eradication. If the average annual poverty decrement of 0.74% could be consistently maintained, assuming ceteris paribus, then absolute poverty would then be eradicated in 13.67 years, yeah, or in the year 2031. Thus, SDG poverty target of 2030 would then be achieved only by a small effort of acceleration. However, yeah, the more prevalent measure of poverty line was $2, yeah, per capita per day, yeah, while what we use is $1.25 per capita per day. Yeah. So the number, you know, if you use the more prevalent measure, yeah, is equivalent to 3,750 points, ya, 3.750.600 ya, per keluarga per bulan. Ini lebih dekat dengan nisab zakat, ya, apabila kita menggunakan standar emas, ya. Sebetulnya ukuran kemiskinan, ya, poverty line yang lebih islami adalah kalau kita menggunakan $2 per kapita, $2 per kapita per day. If the more prevalent measure was used, then poverty rate would jump up approaching to 40%, meaning that the effort to achieve SDG poverty target and 2030 should then be multiplied by almost 4 times than has already been done in the last 19 years. This is a real challenge. Yeah. Next. Now I'm talking about comparative social statistics among relevant countries. Yeah. I use the Gini index 2014. Yeah, the time when Gini index in Indonesia was highest, 0.41. Yeah, this is the data. Yeah, Indonesia is not too high. Yeah, in fact, Malaysia, Singapore, China, United States, Thailand, Brazil, Mexico are all worse than Indonesia. But my point is that it is empirically not supported the opinion of those who believe that socio-economic disparity is the sacrifice, is the price that must be paid for having economic development. Many economists in Indonesia believe this, yeah, and I don't believe so. Look at these advanced and developed countries like Germany, Australia, South Korea, Taiwan, France, and United Kingdom. Socio-economic disparities in these countries are relatively low and fair. Thus, we can have economic development along with low and fair disparity. Next. Sensitivity of social disparity in Indonesia. Extreme socio-economic disparity in Indonesia is very risky and dangerous because socio-economic maps of the non-indigenous, non-pribumi group coincide almost completely with that of the non-Muslim group and that of the affluent group. As a result, socio-economic jealousy is heavily laden with primordial prejudice. The socio-economic jealousy is often abused by political vested interest in the expense of national unity and stability. Next. Yeah, this is what I mean. If you see the middle, the non-pribumi group, non-pribumi in Indonesia also means the Chinese, be frank. The yellow pie, about, let's say about 6%, all of these people, it's our friend, almost most of them, almost all of them are non-Muslim, and almost all of them are affluent. So the map of the non-Muslim coincides almost completely with that of the non-pribumi and that of the affluent. So three primordial sentiments coincide. Thus become social disparity in Indonesia very sensitive and very dangerous. Next. The rise of the middle class and upper classes worsening disparity. This is the social structure. The upper class, the middle class, and the lower class, and in terms of spending, in general, it is agreed that the measure is like that. Next, this is, I took it from Metropolitan Consulting Group analysis. It compared situation in 2012 and the projected situation in 2020. We can see the social movement, social mobility of people in Indonesia. Next, you can see here that the rich group, the elite and the affluent, growth by 19.6%, within 6-8 years, while the middle class, will grow by 6.7%, while the poor people, will grow by minus 6.7%. This means that not only the middle class that grows fastly in Indonesia, but the upper class grows even 3 times faster than the middle class. Benefits of development accrue to the higher classes are bigger than those accrue to the lower classes. Everybody enjoy, got the benefits of development, but the higher the class, the class where he is, the bigger he got the benefit of development. Thus, social disparity is widening. Next. Strategic importance of Islamic philanthropy in Indonesia. Though not an Islamic country, Indonesia is a country with the largest Muslim citizens in the world. Out of 265 million citizens in 2017, more than 80% or 230.6 million are Muslim. Philanthropy is so central within Islamic teaching and belief. Yeah. While World Giving Index for Indonesia in 2017 is 60, yeah, is second only to Myanmar, yeah, which is 65 out of 139 countries measured by Charity Foundation in 2016. Next. Yeah, you see here, yeah, the World Giving Index, yeah, the highest is Myanmar and second is Indonesia. Yeah, back to the former slide, please. No, back to, yeah, that's right. Therefore, yeah, the size of Islamic philanthropy in Indonesia, including zakat, should be very big. Next, yeah. Zakat potensi Indonesia, yeah, the role of tax incentive. Zakat potensi is very dependent on tax incentive. Tax incentive under the current regulation, which is not ideal, is that zakat paid to Basnas or LAS is deductible to taxable revenue. The ideal tax incentive is that zakat paid to Basnas or LAS is deductible to income tax obligation, like in Malaysia. That's what they did in Malaysia, the ideal one. Next. Zakat potensi Indonesia related to GDP. Firdaus et al., yeah, assuming ideal tax incentive estimated zakat potensi Indonesia in 2010 was 270 trillion. Yeah. The calculation is like this. Yeah. So that from household, 82.7 trillion, private companies, 114.89 trillion, state-owned companies 2.4 trillion, bank deposit and savings 17 trillion, and total 217 trillion rupiah, which is equivalent to 3.40% of GDP. Yeah. However, in fact, under the existing regulation, the tax incentive is not the ideal one. That's why most companies are not willing to pay zakat. Yeah. Therefore, yeah, if we exclude companies, either private companies and state-owned companies, then we got the more realistic estimate of zakat potensi in 2010, which is only around 100 trillion or 1.57 of GDP. The most important here that here we got the ratio to the GDP, yeah, under good incentive, good tax incentive, and under the existing, which is not ideal, yeah, tax incentive. Next. So this is the summary. Yeah. If the tax incentive is the ideal one, yeah, then zakat potensi is 1.57 of GDP, and if the tax incentive is ideal, then we got 3.4% of GDP. Next. Next, please.
Excuse me, about 2 minutes more.
Yeah, okay. So this is, we got the estimates, yeah, both under the ideal assumption of ideal tax incentive and the non-ideal tax incentive, the existing tax incentive. Yeah. If the tax incentive is ideal, then in 2017, the potensi is 462 trillion. But if the incentive is like the situation right now, the current incentive is only 213 trillion. Yeah. Next. This is the statistic of this collection in Indonesia. Yeah. you can see that the average annual growth is 38.02%, very high. When GDP growth average, annual average is only 5.37. And please also note, during the catastrophic years, during Aceh tsunami and Jogja earthquake, the growth is very high, almost 100%. So quite probably this year the growth of this collection is going to be high also, because we got two earthquake and tsunami. Next. Why the average annual growth of this collection is very high? Potential effect is that one is room for growth is still very fast. This collected is in 2017 only 2.92% of zakat potensi. Natural catastrophic event, if the catastrophic years is excluded, then we got this collection growth is 24.2%, still far way above average of the GDP growth. And then improvement of Muslim compliance to zakat syariah, and also improvement of Muslim compliance to law 23201, to pay zakat through Basnas and LAS only. And then also improvement of physical potential, and then fast growth of Muzaki class, which is middle class and the upper class. Next. This is already seen this, but I've been modified. The growth of Muzaki is very fast in Indonesia. Next. Effectiveness of zakat for poverty eradication. This is research done by Professor Boydin, that shows that in OIC countries, in 20 countries including Indonesia, out of 39 OIC countries, zakat can actually alleviate the poorest living with income under 1.25 USD per day of the poverty line, simply with proper zakat collection and management. Next. This is research by Basnas about the impact of distribution of zakat. Next. This is the methodology measurement. We develop we develop Basnas welfare index, consisting of the index, side-by-side model of material and spiritual welfare index, and then modified human development index, consisting of education and health, and then self-reliant index. Next. Survey using professional sampling, face-to-face interview with selected respondent of Basnas Mustahiks, covers 28 provinces with 3,450 respondents receiving zakat from Basnas at all levels. Next. The result, Basnas Welfare Index. The highest BWI value is 0.85, which is quite good. Achieved by 5 provinces: East Nusa Tenggara, North Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, West Papua, and Bengkulu. The two lowest BWI values are 0.35 and 0.40 in Gorontalo and Bangka Belitung. Next. Average value of BWI, average value of site-based poverty index is 0.79, which is good, very good. Modified human development index 0.71 and self-reliant index 0.59. So average BWI is 0.71. The average value of BWI is 0.71, which is categorized as good. This means that the impacts of zakat distributed by Basnas at all levels in the 28 provinces was good and provided positive impacts. Next. This is the site-based prosperity index. before zakat program, yeah, 1,918 people are in good condition. After zakat program, the number increased into 2,271 people, or improvement by 18%. Next. This is about the average income. Before zakat program, average income was 1.813.126,126,34 rupiah. After zakat program was 2.606,280. Improvement of 44%. Zakat improved average income by 44%. Very significant. Next. Yeah, this is two more slides. Yeah. Modified Human Development Index. Yeah. Modified Human Development Index is we got 0.71. Yeah. In 25 provinces, the score is 0.75. Categories is good. Yeah. Pretty good in 2 provinces, 0.5, and not so good. Yeah. Only 0.25 in 1 province. Next, this is the last slide. Self-reliant index. Yeah. Self-reliant index. Yeah. In 11 provinces, we got score of 0.75, and then very good. Yeah. 0.5 in 16 provinces, and not so good. 0.25 in 1 province. So in general, self-reliance index also show that those who got zakat from Basnas was becoming more self-reliant. That's all, I think. Sorry, for the time, And finally, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Professor Bambang Sudibyo. So sorry about the time. We are going to have another minutes in the discussion. Professor Mahmud Muhyiddin should leave for another commitment. There are a couple of questions that goes to Professor Mahmud, and he would like to respond through email. We'll give you your email. Oh, through link. Or do you want to say something? Okay. Thank you, Pak. Yeah. Thank you so much. Big applause for him. Now we're gonna switch to another topic. It's about the Peace Village. Bu Yeni Wahid. She's the founder and the director from the Wahid Institute. It's a prominent institution in Indonesia. Bu Yeni, time is yours to explain more about your idea on the Peace Village, how to support this poverty reduction. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, rahayu, rahayu. Esteemed speakers, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 main challenges that a speaker faces when he or she has to give a speech right after lunch, which is 1, the audience are full with all the delicious food that we ate before, provided by the hotel, and 2nd, there's this widening gap. There's this attempted disparity between the speaker and the audience due to social media accounts that you secretly sneak to watch during the speaking. So I don't blame you, I do that also. But please give us more leeways, and if you nod your head off, I understand. But just give us a bit more. Be kind to our speakers and look up from time to time. Okay. What Pak Bambang said before is quite interesting. You know, the data that he provided that he saw, there's a coincidental connection between income distribution and social groupings in our society. And I think it's quite a nice segue into what I'm going to talk about, our program, the Peace Village Initiative. Most of you would know me in my capacity as the director of White Foundation. Before it was called the White Institute, now it's called the White Foundation. And most people know this foundation working in the area of tolerance and peace. So probably you're wondering why then I'm on this stage talking about poverty. At the foundation, we do national survey on radicalism and intolerance from time to time. And we look at some of the drivers that lead people to radicalism. And one factor that really stands out for us is this feeling or a sense of grief and alienation, a sense of grievances and deprivation. So what Bambang mentioned before about the social economic jealousy falls into this. I think one speaker earlier, I think it was Pak Khatib Basri mentioned about if there's no income disparity, then there won't be any jealousy. So if people are all poor, no problem. If all people are rich, even better. But if the income disparity is very high, then it will create resentment. And we are seeing that. We are seeing that as one of the triggers that led people to radicalization. When coupled with a exposure to information that contains hateful messages, usually this is a religious-based information, materials, sermons, etc., then you've got a very potent combination of a person who is desperate, maybe thinking that his or her future is bleak, and would rather go to heaven now by doing suicidal bombing. So you've got those combinations which led us then to think then, how do we address this? So we start to look at some of the key issues that led people to feel grief. And one of these issues, of course, is income inequality. That's the reason why then we launched the Peace Village Initiative. The Peace Village Initiative is a cross-sector approach that combines different approaches to solve the problem. But the main issue or the main factor that it endows is the economic empowerment element. And this fits into the second pillar, the pillar 2 and pillar 3 of poverty eradication, poverty reduction, and also inequality of income and assets. When you have many people feel grieved about their economic conditions, then you have vulnerable societies. When you have vulnerable societies, then you have a problem. You might have security issues as well when there are bombings happening. So, for us, it's a no-brainer then that we need to create a resilient community. People that are not easily provoked by the rhetorics of political identities, rhetorics of income inequality that is blamed to a certain sector in the society. And even if there is a social and economic jealousy, that it can be mitigated so that it doesn't become very potent and create much bigger problem in the society. Therefore, we created the initiative, the Peace Village Initiative. It consisted of 3 different approaches. First, the economic facilitation, and then peace building mechanism and women empowerment at the same time. So this is a very different approach of just usually when you talk about the development issues, pillar of developments, and usually just focusing on the poverty reduction and income inequality, addressing income inequality alone. But what we do is we combine all the approaches and also add into that economic empowerment issues, also the training on peace building mechanism. The initiative targets women as the most vulnerable members of the society, but also the most promising members of the society when it comes to their beliefs in creating tolerant societies. So, in our survey, we also found that women are more tolerant than men. Women gives more emphasis and gives more respect to religious differences than men. So it is quite interesting to see that. And we also see women as the main actors in the family in terms of raising kids, as well as in the communities. If you want to ask someone who knows what's going on in the family, what's going on with the kids, who do you ask? Is it the father or is it the mother? I think it's a no-brainer. Looking at my own family situation. My husband usually doesn't even know when my daughter's homework is due to school. So mother usually pays attention to details more than man. Therefore, empowering women is in our thinking, is a strategic method of empowering communities as well. So the Peace Village Initiative, this is an initiative that we developed with the UN Women, and it consisted of many elements, like access to credit, as well as saving as a micro-insurance mechanism, because many people, they don't have insurance. They don't even have savings. So what we do is we have an insurance that we collect the money that they can keep as savings, but it's actually used as an insurance. So if someone needs to go to the hospital, someone passed away in the family, then he or she can tap into that funding as well as the collective funding from the groups. We also involve in vocational training and give trainings in entrepreneurship, creating womenpreneur, as well as building of public facilities to facilitate better exchanges of ideas and creating dialogues in the societies. Public-private partnership is also a main element of the initiative, because if you rely on only on government, for example, or only on NGOs or CSOs, usually there's an issue of sustainability. But by including private sector, creates a more sustainability in terms of funding. And the last bit is the commitment to education. So every woman who is a member of our Peace Village initiative has to commit to send her kids to school. This is also another way to address the income inequality by investing in the future generations. This is an example of our public-private partnership. We build public facilities for village people together, pendopo, where they can just chat, or they can, sell to each other products, or they can have, some use them for wedding place, or some, place for syukuran, religious gatherings, etc. That creates a space, a more intimate space for the communities to be able to exchange ideas, then to understand each other more. Another example of our initiative is this case of a monument that we built at Desa Gemblegan in Klaten, Central Java. This peace monument is actually meant to be a tourist attraction, because in that village, the founding village are known to be Mbah Gentong or the mother pot of Mbah Gentong. So we thought, how do we develop this story as an asset to the village so that people get curious and then visit the village, and in return will facilitate a more generating income for the village people. So we asked a private company to donate and to sponsor a statue of the mother figure who carries the pot or the gentong. And from that, you have other products developed. For example, culinary product of nasi gentong, or products, like souvenirs made from gentong. So basically, it focuses on one theme that the whole village then can participate in developing their own microfinance products. Just a little bit of numbers about the Peace Village. We are in 30 villages already, but only 9 declare themselves as Peace Village. There is a distinction between a village that has declared themselves as a Peace Village and the ones who are still in the process. Because once you declare yourself to be a Peace Village, then you are eligible for a startup funding, 30 million rupiah, that you can use for a seed funding to create a product for your community. But you cannot just declare yourself as a Peace Village without adhering to certain indicators, which I will show later. Basically, our Peace Village are in West Java. We've got 14 villages, Central Java 6 villages, and 10 villages in East Java. 9 villages already declared themselves, and we have women facilitator, more than 100 women facilitator. We've got business activities and one village, one products. We've got many men and women impacted by the initiative as well. This is basically the breakdown of the data. We've got products like one cookies. One cookies doesn't mean it's just one piece of cookies. No, one cookies is taken from the word wahid, which means one in Arabic. So we thought, what can we use as a brand? Okay, wahid. Oh, okay. It's just too obvious. Okay, let's just use one, which basically is the same thing. So one cookies, of course, so many different type of cookies. So the brand is one cookies. And then one laundry, one shop where women then can display and sell their products as well. We've got more than 100 products. We've got more than 1,500 micro businesses started by women in the villages. And then we got 10 BUMDES involved in the projects as well. Now, let me go back to the indicators for Peace Village. Like I mentioned before, you cannot just declare yourself to be Peace Village and that's it, and still to continue with your previous activities, maybe not having a peace building mechanism in that village, etc. You need to adhere to certain indicators. For example, there has to be an early warning system to detect potential for radicalism, mechanism of conflict prevention, also respect for religious differences, a commitment to women's participations, and all of these indicators that have to be committed by the village people, endorsed by the head of the village, and agreed upon by the whole village members. Before then, they can declare themselves as Peace Village. So far, many people are quite interested, many villages are quite interested in the program, and this has led to a quite successful engagement for us, because by having a vertical engagement, engaging the local government actors as well as the central government through Kementerian Desa, as well as involving local religious leaders and the private sectors, then you have many actors who attack the problems at the same time. And this for us has provided the sustainability that, that we need to continue with this initiative. So I believe that my time is probably up. So I'm just going to finish by saying that I think previous speaker, one of the previous speakers before also mentioned that we cannot hope that income inequality will address itself. We need to create a more, it has to be worked on. So Indonesia has got quite achievements in this area, because in our country we've got many parties who are committed to addressing this problem. So this problem is not just being led by the government, but also involvement of so many actors. And in my engagement with many people from different countries, they always notice that in Indonesia, there is a very good cooperation between government actors and CSOs and also private sectors. And the fact that I'm here today is also a testament to that. So I just want to thank the organizer for having CSOs on the stage and to share our ideas along with the government actors. So with that, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bu Yeni, for the on time also, Bu. I think it's very interesting idea in which representing the diversity of Indonesia as well as the potential. The message is if we could nurture it with peace, it would be the engine of the inclusive growth and further reduce the poverty as well as the inequality. As we all now have a lot of understanding on the potential of zakat as well as the diversity of Indonesia at the community level, we're gonna have Professor Yasuyuki Sawada. He's the Chief Economist and Director General and Economic Research and Regional Cooperation Department of the Asian Development Bank. He's also Professor of Economics at the University of Tokyo. Please, Mr. Sawada, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me today for this high-level discussion panel on equality and the role of Islamic finance. Especially, I'd like to express my cordial gratitude to Bapenas for having me here today. So today, I'd like to briefly go over poverty, equality, and the role of Islamic finance in the context of Asia and Asian inclusive growth. And specifically, I'd like to go through 4 different topics. First, I'd like to provide you, based on canonical measures of poverty and equality, I'd like to give you a broader picture of poverty and inequality trend in Asia. And secondly, I'd like to talk about determinants of inequality as well as the role of governments and public sector to tackle these poverty and inequality challenges. And then thirdly, especially I'd like to highlight role of infrastructure in achieving inclusive growth. That's really important, especially in the Asian context. And in order to motivate my final topic, but not least topic, role of Islamic finance in feeding this infrastructure investment for inclusive growth. So this is my talk outline. So here I put the so-called income distribution function. So you can pick particular country, Indonesia or Philippines or whatever country you can, and then you can draw based on household survey and income survey. You can draw distribution of income. Towards the left, lower income. Towards the right, higher income. So typically, shape of the income distribution function, empirical income distribution function, it look like this. And in order to grasp inequality in Asia, we can decompose overall inequality in Asia into 2 parts. First, within each country inequality. So we can use this figure basically to see what's the variation, what's the proportion of poor people, etc., etc. And then, in order to talk about the broader inequality, we can also look into across-country inequality. So specifically, incidence of poverty, $1.9 per day poverty line based poverty index. So we can draw poverty line, and area A in black letter, that's a proportion for people out of total population. And or sometimes we call it the incidence poverty based on $1.9 per day. In Asia, overall proportion for people, size of A decrease over time. So I will later touch upon again this. Second characteristics is middle income. So what's the size of a middle income people? So in this figure, area B in the middle blue part is size of blue part B. That's the size of middle income. In Asia, we see an increasing trend. Okay. And the third income is a top income share, which is area C and the green data. That's the share of top income. Professor Thomas Piketty's book became so popular, and he's talking about size C, area size C, is increasing around the globe. And so this is a third measure. Indeed, in Asia, many countries, especially big countries, including China and India and Indonesia, we see an increasing trend of top income share. And then fourth measure is overall inequality, so D. So what's the variation between poor people and income of the poor people and richer income people? What's the gap? So in order to grasp this, typically we use a measure called the Gini coefficient, or sometimes we use a standard deviation. So D, in red letter, the variation or size of a spread, that's a measure of overall inequality. So these are the four measures to grasp within country poverty and inequality. On top of this, in order to characterize cross-country inequality, we can use the E. E is a mean income, average income. So you average out overall income disparity into one variable E in yellow. That's the per capita income. So what's the difference between, say, this is the Philippines data, mean income or average income or per capita income of Philippines shown in E? What's the gap between this income, Korean's per capita income, and Japan's per capita income? So this variation is also an important part of overall inequality in Asia. So these five measures I'd like to show you quickly. First, in the bottom part, area A, area size A, $1.9 per person per day poverty line based proportion per people. Overall, Asia in last 3 decades or more than 3 decades, we see a dramatic continuous decline, especially in East Asia and Southeast Asia. But now we see South Asia, we see a declining trend. So area size A dramatically decline. And secondly, second measure, middle income. So middle part, what's the proportion? Actually, we can take a different measure, but here, one particular measure taken by Brookings Institution researcher, defining middle income people as those who are having income between $10 per day and $100 per day. So $10 up to $100, that range is defined as the middle income. And here, these are the counts of middle income people around the globe. And Asia is shown in the middle up orange part. So latest figure, 2015, we can see around half of the global middle income is now residing in Asia. And 2020, 2025, and 2030 onwards, we see middle income number will increase, further increase in Asia, and proportion of middle income living in Asia will expand up to 2/3. Okay? So middle income, so we can see a huge emergence of a middle income population in Asia. Based on the third figure, top income, richest income, top 10% people, what's the share of income out of total income? So these are the numbers comparing the 1990 or around the top 10% income share, and the latest figure. So over the 30 years or 25 to 30 years, what's the trend? So we see, PRC, India, Indonesia, big countries, and other major countries in Asia, we see an increasing trend of top income 10% share. So that's the third characteristics. And then finally, within income and inequality, so this is a Gini coefficient. Again, we compare around 1990 data up until 2070 data over 25 to 30 years. Again, we see huge. Again, we see large country, PRC, India, Indonesia, and other major countries in Asia. We see increasing trend of Gini coefficient. So we see an income gap between poor and rich widening over time. In terms of cross-country income variation, we can draw a so-called convergence diagram. So horizontal axis is year 1980 per capita income. Each country's average income, and vertical axis is 3 decades growth rate of per capita income. So top country on the right. These are the countries, 4 tigers, including Japan, Taipei, China, Hong Kong, China, and Singapore, and Korea, clustered around right end. So these are the relatively high income country and converge to the high income. Okay. So middle range, there are some countries converge to the high income, so convergence trajectory, notably for example, China is already on the convergence trajectory. But some other countries, such as Malaysia and Thailand, sort of stuck in the middle. So seems to be converging to a lower level of per capita income. So this is so-called middle income trap. So also overall Asia see a convergence of per capita income to the higher income group. However, there are some heterogeneous trajectory among the middle income countries. Some countries seems to be, converged into a so-called middle income trap situation. So this is the cross-country inequality issue, middle income trap. So in one word, we can again summarize. So right figure in the black, this is the 1988 Philippine data, income distribution, and the red one is 2020 Philippine data. So we can see overall income distribution move towards the left, so average income increase over time, and also right end, poverty area of poverty for people decline. So first the poverty incidence decline, and middle part became thicker. So we see also middle income group emerge, and then top income actually is little difficult to see from the figure, but top income area became fatter. So top income share increased. And the overall distribution became slightly flatter, meaning that variation became larger. So income inequality measured by Gini coefficient, for example, increased over time. And in the case of the Philippines, because per capita income recently especially grow faster, very fast in the Philippines, so per capita income seems to converge to rich income countries. So across country inequality, from that perspective, convergence is characteristics of the Philippines. So in one word, I think Asian inequality and poverty trend is something like this. So starting from a particular income distribution, you pull upward this income distribution function. So poor segment instance poverty decline, middle income emerge, but richer group and also middle income group also became fatter. So that's what has been happening in Asia. And so this is a typical figure. So then why, next question is why we see this trend, especially rising inequality. what's the elements behind this increasing in the Gini coefficient? Technological progress and globalization, market regulation, these mega trends seems to play an important role. So there are a group of people who can quickly catch up new opportunities, new technologies, and then their income goes up. But on the other hand, there are other people lagging behind and couldn't really adapt new opportunities, especially routine work. Those who are engaged in routine work and those who are engaged in manual work, they are lagging behind versus non-routine and sophisticated occupation. So that's a very important factor behind. And also rural-urban gap, as well as education inequality characterize overall inequality in Asia. Aging population in some countries like Japan and Korea, aging population also one factor behind increasing inequality because basically among the younger people less inequality, but among the older people higher inequality. That's a status fact. So if countries shift weights towards a more aged population, the overall income inequality will go up. And then the more serious issue is inequality opportunity. There seems to be intergenerational transmission and regeneration of inequality. So parents are having a low income, low education, then low income. Low income household invest less on child education, remain low education, low income. So this vicious cycle of poverty trap seems to be really a challenge. And also a special cooperative pattern, urban area, fastest growing, and then rural area lagging behind. So these are structural inequality seems to be a big challenge. Then you may wonder why we should care about inequality. So actually inequality will impede poverty reduction effect of growth. Growth overall income distribution move towards the right side, and then average income goes up. But if income inequality widens, then poor people cannot really gain out of this overall income growth. So this trickle down restriction binding constraint for trickle down. I think that's one major concern. And also inequality undermine growth itself because potentially good talents in the poor families, but because of poverty and because of lack of financing access, poor people cannot send kids to school, and human capital accumulation is undermined. Then that's going to create the overall inefficiency of growth. And also, jealousy was highlighted by Dr. Sibio and also Ms. Wahid. Jealousy and broader social kind of damage to social cohesion created by inequality. That's major issues, and that may ended up discouragement in broader investment, human capital investment, social capital investment, as well as digital capital investment. Finally, there could be a political backlash because wider inequality and the large poor population can lead to higher public pressure for populist policies that may benefit the poor people in short run, but longer term, I think that can undermine growth. Particularly, first factors behind inequality, new technology. There are people who can tap and maximize income versus those who are lagging behind from new opportunities. I think inclusive growth, achieving inclusive growth in the era of fourth industrial revolution, emergence of sophisticated robots and AI, artificial intelligence. I think these are the one big challenge. So here I summarize what's the policy options to tackle this issue. First of all, government can respond to emergence of new technology by providing education training for those who are likely to be lagging behind, and also social protection policies in broader sense by providing, for example, consumer cash transfer program or labor welfare program, etc., etc., and the redistribution. In order to facilitate further redistribution, tax policy, tax reform are necessary. And in Asia, developing Asia, we see still there is a huge room to improve tax collection capacity of the government through reforming income tax. And secondly, government can also use technology to facilitate these egalitarian policies for job matching, and also national ID can be used to improve efficiency and effectiveness of social protection policy. And finally, supporting an enabling environment, supporting the technology in egalitarian manner, that's a broader role of the government by providing, of course, ICT infrastructure. That's, for example, for especially for rural area, and also antitrust and consumer protection policies to facilitate fairer market condition and broader enabling environment for better economic activity and inclusive development. And in that respect, I think infrastructure plays a very important role. It's not confined to ICT, communication technology, but also broader physical infrastructure, electricity, transportation, water, sanitation, as well as a broader social infrastructure to facilitate further social cohesion, social capital, which has been also illustrated by previous panelists. Actually, there is a bunch of new evidence, exciting evidence showing that infrastructure play a very important role to make growth more inclusive. For example, mobile phone access in coastal Kerala dramatically improved equality of poor fishermen, and also rural electrification in South Africa facilitated rural women's labor market participation and help empower women in rural area in South Africa. Actually, there's also evidence massive school construction program in 1970 in Indonesia really help equalization of income in Indonesia. So I think right infrastructure investment, not only confined to narrow physical infrastructure, but broader infrastructure, seems to be very important for Asia to continue growth momentum, and as we have seen, poverty reduction trend, as well as achieving a global climate goal. But actually, middle income challenge, or middle income trap, we have a study also showing that investment in infrastructure is one of the 3 factors to overcome middle income challenge. In addition to infrastructure investment, innovation, policy, and human capital investments are necessary. And these 3 factors complement each other. So now move on to the final part, maybe a couple of minutes. What is the role of Islamic finance? As I mentioned, for Asia, developing Asia to continue growth momentum, poverty reduction trend, and achieving a climate goal, global climate goal, it's important to continue investment in broader infrastructure. And ADB released a study last year, February last year, estimating what's the necessary investment in physical infrastructure to continue this growth and poverty reduction and climate change. We came up with a number, particular number, 26 trillion US dollars necessary for developing Asia over the SDG horizon 25 years, or per year 1.7 trillion US dollars investment in infrastructure necessary to continue this poverty reduction trend. But the actual investment, if we compare with the actual investment, roughly 800 billion US dollars or 900 US dollars, 900 billion US dollars investment gap exists. So unless filling this 800, 900 billion US dollars per year investment in Asia, Asian growth will decline and poverty reduction trend will slow down, so inequality will remain. So in this respect, I think Islamic finance, especially, for example, sukuk, can potentially play a very important role to bridging this investment gap. And also Islamic finance through a more micro-based approach, microfinance, microcredit, and also there was a mentioning about microinsurance program. So I think Sharia compliance modes and instruments of a micro insurance, microfinance program can also complement investment in infrastructure. So I think Islamic finance play a very important role. And again, Vice President already mentioned Islamic finance has been growing quite rapidly, and latest number shows the $2 trillion assets exist in around the globe. And in Asia, total Islamic finance assets are as high as around $500 billion. So having set this per year, necessary investment gap, 800 billion or 900 billion, each country can engage a tax reform or expenditure reorganization, so fiscal space can be expanded. So each country can increase public investment in infrastructure, and also on the other hand, PPP or other bond markets development, we can mobilize private capital around the globe, reinvested in infrastructure in Asia. But in this setting, I think having this 500 billion or so assets, Islamic finance can play a potential very, very critical role for Asia to continue growth and increasing growth momentum. So ADB is a developing member country. We have 45 developing member countries in Asia and Pacific region. This ADB's member country represents a sizable proportion of Islamic finance assets, and actually increasing. And ADB fully recognizes a potential role of Islamic financing sector in supporting an inclusive and sustainable growth. And one illustration, as I mentioned, filling infrastructure investment gap, Islamic financing will play a very important role. So ADB is encouraging the development of Islamic finance in general. So let me wrap up my presentation. The first I illustrated, using a canonical measure of poverty and inequality, Asia Pacific region has achieved substantial poverty reduction, but the increasing inequality is one of the major challenges, so how to overcome. And because partly this is driven by arrival of new technology, so government in the region can play very important role, providing training and income redistribution policy, and also supporting infrastructure and setting up enabling environment for inclusive growth. That's really indispensable. And so in this setting, how to finance continuously sustainable investment in infrastructure, that's critical. So in that respect, especially Islamic finance is a very critical, emerging as an alternative source of financing and bridging infrastructure. However, there are some challenges and needs exist, as the VP also mentioned. Regulatory framework are needed, and supervisory frameworks in many jurisdictions do not yet cater to the unique risks of this Islamic finance industry. There is no approved standard per se for Islamic banks, so usually Islamic banks follow the conventional banking regulations. So more customized regulatory framework are still yet to emerge. And Islamic banks need to invest in research and development of new products that are acceptable by global Sharia board, and also sensitizing public awareness, training of skilled professionals. These, overall nurturing environment of Islamic banking and Islamic finance is very important way forward. With that, I'd like to stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sawada, for a very clear wrap up how the poverty reduction and the inequality could support the inclusive growth. I invite all of you to use the slido.com to if you have any question. We already have some question. First goes to Pak Bambang. Pak, some question asking about the zakat management. Maybe you could respond on this. Bu Yeni, there are a couple of questions too. Between the interlinkages between the peace building and economic prosperity, and there are some issue on the sustainability as well as the women empowerment. Please start with Pak Bambang.
Okay. First, question is what that is zakat can be allocated for infrastructure. Yes, as long as the beneficiary is fakir miskin. For example, the case that was just in the presentation of Pak Projo this morning, actually Basnas in cooperation with UNDP and Bank Jambi built 4 PLTMH, pembangkit listrik tenaga mikrohidro, in 4 villages in Jambi. The beneficiary is fakir miskin. Those 4 villages has never, experienced electricity since even before the Indonesian independence. So after we built PLTMH, yang pembangkit listrik tenaga mikrohidro, then starting this year, they enjoy electricity. That improve the economy, improve education, and improve health. So yes, zakat can be used for infrastructure as long as the beneficiary is fakir miskin. What if we don't have fakir miskin anymore? Yes, if there is no fakir miskin anymore, then zakat can be used for road, for example, to betul. What is the most important factor to support zakat? First is regulatory framework. Under the current regulation, zakat is not mandatory. It's still optional. Zakat is still sunnah in hukum positif di Indonesia. It's still sunnah. While in Syariah, zakat actually is mandatory. Not like Malaysia. Malaysia, the Muslim population is about 60%, but Malaysia is Islamic state. So it's easily that they have regulation that zakat is mandatory. So we still have to struggle to improve it. And then tax incentive. Tax incentive here in Indonesia right now is that zakat paid to Basnas Ormas is deductible to taxable revenue. While in Malaysia, zakat will deduct the income tax obligation. So incentive in Malaysia is much more practice. And then third one, I think the most important one is credibility. It is important that zakat institution like Basnas Ormas is credible organization. If people can trust Basnas Ormas, then nobody will pay zakat. Credibility is important. That is related to the question of governance. Somebody asks, how do you achieve good governance in zakat? Under the existing law number 23 tahun 2011, all zakat institution is to be audited by public auditor, and then all of them then report to Basnas Central Basnas in Jakarta, and then Basnas will report to the President. We are now to improve governance. Yeah, we are not planning. We are in the process. Yeah, to ask OJK, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, also to supervise Basnas, because Basnas is financial institution, just like banks and other financial institutions who are supervised by OJK. Then Basnas also later on be supervised by OJK. For transporting. And then what Basnas do to help reduce risk of socio-economic disparity for non-Muslim and non-pribumi, non-indigenous group. Zakat is Muslim Ummah fund, so the priority of zakat allocation is of course is for the Muslim Ummah. Yet, it is possible that the beneficiary of zakat allocation is non-Muslim. It is quite different. Just like the case of the case of PLT MH in Jambi. Not all, when we build the PLT MH electricity power plants, we don't check whether all of the beneficiaries in the 4 villages are all Muslim. We don't check that. We don't care about that. So it is possible that beneficiary of zakat fund, zakat allocation is non-Muslim. And then how is Basnas plan to mainstream evidence-based policy on its zakat management and distribution? We have pusat kajian strategis Basnas or Puskas Basnas, who do many research on zakat collection and zakat. Puskas also develop many measures like indeks zakat nasional, indeks Basnas, indeks kesejahteraan, Basnas welfare index, indeks kesejahteraan Basnas. They develop many quantitative measures, which is quantitative of course, and also evidence-based. So we did. And then about coordination with the government in poverty eradication. Yes, we do coordination. We coordinate with Bapenas, and also we coordinate with the Ministry of Social Affairs. And then how do you? I think I respond all of the questions.
I think I've got 3 questions and 2 are quite similar. First one is linkage between peace building and economic prosperity. Is it only for a short time? Second one, role of women empowerment to promote peace building and inclusive growth. Okay. The first one, of course, the linkage between peace building and economic prosperity can be seen in the fact that you cannot achieve growth without political stability. If a country is not secure, how do you invest? How do you grow? How do you, how do you develop yourselves? I mean, we're seeing countries that are now in conflict, and we're seeing the Human Development Index simply just fell. So I think the social and security stability are key prerequisite to achieve economic growth. Therefore, peace building to make sure that there is a peaceful environment, a conducive environment for economic growth needs to be achieved. Number 2, role of women empowerment to promote peace building and inclusive growth. I think there are many data out there. For example, the World Economic Forum says that gender wage gaps directly contribute to income inequality. We discussed before about income inequality and how it contributes to feeling of social jealousy, a sense of injustice in the society, and how in the end it will create conflict in the society. So there is a direct correlation between conflict situation and also the quality of life for the citizens of the country. As of June 2017, this is recorded by the UN Women, 141 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance. This is very significant. And in those cases, we're still seeing gender gaps in humanitarian settings. So then we're seeing an increase, for example, in numbers of maternal mortality rates as opposed to the global ratio. So in conflict and post-conflict settings, women are often become direct victims of the conflict. In that case, then women has every reason to work for a peaceful environment, because then the fact that they will not be targeted as victims then is evident enough as an incentive, should be an incentive for women. We're seeing, for example, the Nobel laureates recently announced. Those were given to two persons who promotes actively the issue of sexual violations against women in conflict settings. How women are often targeted and being subjected to sexual violations when there are wars, when there are conflicts. So women have direct interest in making sure that our communities are safe. So who can do that? And we cannot rely on men alone to create that. And quite often, men sometimes are source of problems. So women has to be empowered to demand or to actively trying to achieve peaceful communities. So and another factor, for example, about reason why women needs to be empowered to create a more peace-building environment is that in recent years we're seeing the increase of the number of women FTFs, the foreign terror fighters. So about 20 to 30% of FTFs are women. This is very significant. Women have been involved in terrorist activism for quite a long time, but recent years have seen quite a big jump. Before they were playing roles more like backstage roles as fundraisers, as recruiters, as logistic arrangers. But recently we are seeing women as fighters at the front gate, at the stage, as suicide bombers. And we're seeing also a pattern in which men are manipulating women with the issue of gender relations. So the still common practice of putting women as a second-class citizens, that women have to obey men, are being manipulated to include them, to recruit them to join the terrorist movement. So by building awareness in women that they can do so much more than just being shepherded into a terrorist organization, then I think we are doing a lot of service to the society. So basically building resilience in the communities. This third question. Okay. In an environment where it is highly divided by political and religious views, how do you guarantee the sustainability of this program? Unfortunately, we are in a juncture of history in which many societies, not just many, most societies are intolerant. We're seeing the increased number of the usage of political identities as political platforms. We are seeing a very divided societies in many countries. In the context of Indonesia, because we're heading towards an election, I think it's imperative that we are building more resilience in the society so that people cannot be easily provoked. The nature of the world now, in which social media intrusion and influence is so big, and the things like Facebook algorithms that has the potential to divide societies. You know, we are faced with these kind of realities. We need to deal with those realities. It's a new reality that wasn't around several decades ago. But now the world is getting increasingly divided. So this is our new reality. And social media adds to that. So how do you deal with that? So you deal with that by building resilience in the communities. So our Peace Village initiatives, one of the features is that we have groups of women that can gain access to credits, to financial inclusion, financial services, to trainings, and in entrepreneurship, etc. And in many areas, in many regions, the groups consisted of different backgrounds. So for the group to be able to access credits, to be given access to credits, they have to include 1 or 2 persons who come from different religious backgrounds and them. So the idea is to nudge them into dialogues. Because increasingly people are very exclusive now. We hang out with people we're comfortable with. The churchgoers only hang out with the churchgoers. The Majlis Ta'lim people only hang out with the Majlis Ta'lim people. There's no less avenue for people to interact in direct physical social settings, except for social media. For social media still affords people with avenues for them to interact, but they also divided by their things that they like, they're interested in. So our idea is for these women to feel that they are in the same boat together, for them to have access to capital, to start a group business, then they have to be nice to each other. So that's one way for us to build resilience in the community. So basically, in short, empowering women helps building resilient communities. And it also helps in addressing grievances, especially grievances that are based in income inequality. Also, by creating understanding, value building, especially that promotes attitudes of peace and tolerance. That starts at home. And that's where women's roles are quite prominent. Thank you.
Very interesting, good, thank you. Professor Wada, you have a couple of questions, some points to respond?
I think I have 3 questions. Structural transformation, how can Indonesia achieve? And second question, middle income group, what's the appropriate public policy? And then finally, ADB and Islamic finance. First 2 questions I'd like to combine together and I'd like to respond. My question is not specific to Indonesia, but broadly, how to achieve inclusive growth. And I'd like to start by mentioning about Bangladesh. So Bangladesh, you can imagine Bangladesh 2 decades ago. What was Bangladesh? People said this is the poorest poor around the globe, most poor country in Asia, infant mortality rate the highest, kids do not go to school. All the negative words characterize Bangladesh. But now if you look at Bangladesh, so this year's Bangladesh growth rate is as high as 7.9%. And if a country continues 7% growth 10 years, that country's economic size double. So 7.9% growth is super high, and actually highest around different developing Asian economies. And now if you look at the infant mortality rate and school enrollment rate, Bangladesh used to be the worst in gender gap, gender difference, but now more kids, more girls go to school than boys, to elementary school and secondary school. So massive successful structural transformation Bangladesh has achieved. So why this happened? There are many serious academics try to uncover secret behind this Bangladesh miracles. But often two miracles are mentioned. One is the emergence of ready-made garment industry, RMG. It's an apparel industry. So there was some very interesting history behind it. The Korean Daewoo company started having Bangladesh trainees, and that's the genesis of the garment industry. But anyway, Bangladesh is now world's second largest apparel exporter next to China. Garment industry, that is the industry that absorbs a huge number of young and capable but less educated labor. And actually Bangladesh, huge amount of women workers absorbed by garment industry. As a result, actually it's interesting, emergence of labor-intensive industry actually materialize women's empowerment effectively based on market forces and sustainable manner. And so actually this is the one mode how to achieve a successful inclusive structural transformation. Having said this, there was some incident for the Rana Plaza collapse, garment factory building collapse, and a few thousand women workers passed away, so were killed. So I think at the same time, emphasizing emergence of right industry, but on the other hand, right labor regulation, safeguard policy, these should be properly set. So that's the first miracle. The second miracle is the microcredit program. As you know, year 2006, Nobel Peace Prize was given to Professor Muhammad Yunus, and Grameen Bank, Professor Yunus started. Microcredit program, actually more than 90% of microcredit clients are women. So really, over the decades, microcredit achieved the women's empowerment. So in both sides, I think rural area microcredit program, one hand, on the other hand, emergence of absorbing labor-intensive industry, that's really a key behind this successful structural transformation of Bangladesh. And even moving out of the low-income country status and joining the middle income, I think upgrading industry from labor-intensive apparel industry to more sophisticated manufacturing industry, and then service sector, and always try to nurture, broad-based industry. So I think that's really important, not only successful structural transformation, but also, tackling middle income challenges. So that's the first my response to the first two questions. And actually, and then, because I'm an economics professor, I'm super kind of academic, so I'm teaching economics. Economics textbook, there is a concept called market failure. So lending markets and allocating resources, that's efficient. That's number one. But there are cases in real world, market failure. So market failure, externality, pollution, and also monopoly, lack of information, etc., etc. Market is not panacea. So in order to correct the market failure, government should play a very important role to amend the resources market cannot allocate. So government play an important role, but government has its own incentive, politician, bureaucracy. So market also fail. So government fail and market fail. That's a typical situation in many low-income economies. How to tackle this? I think in this market failure and government failure, community can play a very important role. And I see, in this panel, role of community empowerment through Islamic religious framework. That seems to be very important. The zakat can correct the failure of providing a proper social protection policy. Market cannot cater, and then government cannot really. Government is not perfect. And then I think social capital-based programs and Islamic programs seems to be really promising. So that's my kind of theoretical response to the first two questions. So what's the ADB and Islamic finance? Actually, we just entered the MOU between Islamic Development Bank and ADB. And I'm a head of the research department, knowledge department. So this time we started working together for particular knowledge products, so-called country diagnosis studies. So we're going to select one of the Islamic country from the region, Asian Pacific region, and then we do a comprehensive study of economy and society. So that's a knowledge product we already planned. And then based on this knowledge-based collaboration between Islamic Development Bank and ADB, we will move forward to design and implement more specified and appropriately designed loan or lending program.
Mohon maaf, sudah habis waktunya untuk next. Ya. Okay, Professor Sawada is very nice conclusion. I think no further need for me to conclude of this session. Again, thank you very much Pak Bambang Sudibyo, Ibu Yeni, and Professor Sawada for having with us. Please big applause for our speakers. To the audience, very thank you for being with us in the session. I stop here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for Ibu Vivi Yulaswati and all speakers, and please remain on the stage. We would like to ask you to please remain on the stage as there will be a token appreciation that will be delivered by Deputy Minister for Population and Labor Bappenas. We would like to invite Bapak Pungki Sumadi to come to the stage and deliver the token of appreciation to speakers and also moderator. Thank you, Pak Pungki, Bu Vivi, and all the speakers. And please return to your seat.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceeding to the panel discussion session 3 that will discuss about inclusive technological innovation to support inclusive economic growth. And together with us, we already have our distinguished speakers. Public Policy Council, Google Asia Pacific, Mr. Brad Gerson. Chief Strategy Officer, Bukalapak Indonesia, Bapak Teddy Utomo, General Manager, Rural Finance, Business Department and Financial China, Social Enterprise CEO Duanyam Indonesia, Azalea Ayuning Tias. And this session will be moderated by Bapak Muhammad Imar Usman as the Chief of Product and Partnership. We would like to invite all distinguished speakers and Bapak Muhammad Iman Usman to come to the stage and start the discussion.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Great. I know it's been a long day, but I hope you're waiting for this session because I'm super, super excited about this session. There are a lot of great speakers whom I believe will share a lot of great stories about what they're doing in their respective field. So my name is Iman. I'm co-founder and chief of product and partnership at Ruang Guru. For those who never heard of Ruang Guru is the largest online education platform in Indonesia. We're now serving over 10 million students who access different products and services that we have, such as learning video subscription, private tutoring marketplace, classroom management, and so on and so forth. And this topic in particular is very exciting for me because I think from my own experience of working in education, I've seen how technology then can become not only an equalizer, but also an accelerator, particularly when we're talking about inclusive growth. When we're talking about a lot of young people, kids who might not have access towards education previously, and now with our technology, they could access for the first time ever after class support or tuition services, then we saw firsthand how then technology can be so powerful. But I'm not talking about me today and what I'm doing at Ruang Guru, but we have such a great panel, and I think it's such an honor for me to introduce them one by one. And we will hear their stories later on. And after that, we will have a discussion, which I highly encourage. So if you have any question later on, please participate. You can ask through slido.com with a hashtag of inclusive growth, and we will try to have as much as time as possible to answer and to respond to your questions one by one. So without further ado, I'll introduce one by one. Next to me is a good friend of mine. I'm looking for her CV. So she is a co-founder and CEO of Duanyam. Her name is Azalia Ayunityas, but I used to call her Ayu. She previously graduated from Harvard School of Public Health, and prior to that, she had a bachelor degree in cell and molecular biology. But I think she will talk further later on about her experience in working in Duanyam, which is trying to empower rural women through off-farm year-round employment in the Wika River industry across 22 villages in East Nusa Tenggara. And I heard over lunch today, it's already expanded beyond even Nusa Tenggara, but also including Papua and some other districts in Indonesia. Please give a round of applause to Ayu. And then next to Ayu, we have Mr. Pengo, who is a general manager of Ant Financial, Rural Finance Business Department. He has joined Ant Financial since 2012, where he oversaw global business operation and strategic partnership with financial institutions, including expanding Alipay's international acceptance network in overseas market and forging major partnership with banks. He holds a master's degree in e-commerce from the University of Sussex in the UK, and a bachelor degree in material science and engineering from Beijing University of Technology in China. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Peng. How do I address you? Mr. Go, Mr. Peng, Ms. Peng, Mr. Peng. Okay, great. Then we have Brett Pearson, who is a public policy counsel at Google Asia Pacific. Is now based in Singapore and focusing a lot on leveraging the power of the internet to drive economic opportunity. Before joining Google, Brett served as the digital trade attaché at the US Embassy in Beijing. He received his JD from American University Washington College of Law and his PA from University of Arizona. It's great to have you, Brett. Right? Okay. And last but not least, we have Teddy Utomo, who is Chief Strategy Officer at Bukalapak. I think everybody here knows Bukalapak. Bukalapak is a leading Indonesia online marketplace with over 3 million merchants and over 60 million products. And prior to that, he was the head of intermediary business of Schroders and also worked at Credit Suisse as the director and head of equity research. He holds PhD and Bachelor of Economics with first-class honors from Sydney University, Australia. Welcome, Teddy. So I think without further ado, I will give the opportunity directly to Ayu to share her story. About 15 minutes, will be right? Okay, yeah. Give a big round of applause to Ayu.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the last session, and the schedule's gone a little bit delayed, but I hope everyone is still excited. Just a little bit of disclaimer though, even though the session is on technological innovation, we use the technology. I would say that we're the user. We're not necessarily innovating in technology like the tech giants that are here today with us. So honored to be able to share the stage with them and also with other inspiring speakers and leaders today in this session. I think what we can offer from Duanyam as a social enterprise is actually giving you an example of the grassroots work that we do. Like I think both Pak Bambang today mentioned that in order to reduce the inequalities, we need to encourage more business. We need to also encourage growth outside of just Java. And we also need to engage with smallholder farmers, especially women and women-led households, just like what President of IFAD was saying. And also I think Pak Ridwan Kamil as well mentioned about some of his plans in order to have like 1,000 companies, one CEO per village. So those are, I think, some of the plans and strategy that both the national government and also the local government is trying to aim. So I think what we can offer is our experience in the grassroots level to build that businesses that directly impacting the lives of women and marginalized communities in rural parts of Indonesia, specifically in eastern part of Indonesia. So I think Iman gave a little bit of an overview of what we are. We're a social enterprise and we empower women, we promote culture, and we also improve health and livelihood for women in remote parts of Indonesia through the creation of industry of craft, specifically of wicker weaving industry. Thanks. So when we first started, actually we were looking into health issue, especially about the malnutrition. As we know, stunting is a big issue in Indonesia, but also of maternal and child mortality. Next. Okay. So this is the data in Indonesia. Next. And when we want to understand the reason why Indonesia failed to reach the MDG goal in 2015, we actually succeeded in reaching all the other MDG goals except for reducing the maternal and child mortality. We realized that it's not only just health issue, because there's already a lot of government programs and also maybe some help from the international aid, US aid and Australian aid, for one, have a lot of good programs, but it's also in the socio-economic part of the issue itself. Because firstly, women lack year-round cash. So on a survey that we did in 2015, actually on average, they would only have access to $16.5 per month. And this is actually not constant throughout the year because they're really depending on subsistence agriculture. So during the dry season, they often don't have any access to cash at all. They could still be able to provide for themselves because they eat whatever grow from their field. But once there's health issue, once there are natural disasters, they would fall into the way below the poverty line. Then the second part is, again, there's no income options outside of just agriculture, which is also why a lot of the people are traveling to other provinces or becoming migrant workers in other countries because they don't have access to employment opportunities. Next. Okay, and on the other hand though, we saw some of the potential. So firstly, there's existing skills in the community, wicker weaving, and using the natural resources that are readily available in the area itself. And we actually know that there is a growing global and national demand for craft if the quality of the product, if the design, and if the distribution is improved. Next. So what we offer is actually first, we connect the existing skills and resources to the market. And secondly, by doing this, we are empowering women through financial security. And lastly, we can become a platform to partner with other organizations, including local governments and also national government, to introduce further impacts for the women and community. Next. Okay. And specifically, we give them trainings, quality improvement, design direction as well, and then we go around and provide direct upfront cash for the women for every product that they make, as long as the quality and the standard follows what we request them to do. And then lastly, of course, we provide market access. So this is one of the big difference, because as a social enterprise, we're actually register ourselves as a for-profit business, as a PT. So that enable us to directly become an active player in the industry itself. So we help with the sales, as we will share a little bit more later on. Next. Okay, so over 3.5 years working in the area, we work with over 500 weavers across 22 villages. We've increased the women cash income by 40%, and we also see other impact as well, including 55% increase in women's savings. We also actually, Bappenas, from the team from Bappenas just came over and do a little bit of impact study for us as well, and we found that the women decision-making power, both in the household but also in their community, has increased. So women, because now they have the community, they started to gain income to help their families. They're more empowered to voice their opinions. So one of the anecdotes from the village head is that actually women are more vocal in the village meeting after we have these programs in their village. Next. Okay, so these are some of our products. We have like the home decor products and the style products. Next. One thing is that we don't want to just be like a PT buying kind of business. They're not buying just because we have social impact, but because actually the design and the quality is good. So that is why in the beginning we collaborate with established designers. Also we collaborate with the university as well. So Institute Technology of Bandung, ITB, we work with their product design faculty to send some of the interns and also to incorporate us as a case study in their semester as well. And so we won several design awards in the national level for our products. Next. So these are some of our clients. So we focus actually on B2B or wholesale business. So we started with hotels, but we also work with corporation and retailers. And so we currently sold about 3,000 products monthly. Also have some of our retail segment as well. Next. We also have started to do export. Again, still the majority of our business happens domestically, but we started export to the United States, Denmark, Australia, Japan, and South Korea. And I think one interesting thing to point out as well, one of our most popular product for export, which is this basket called the Sobe basket, it actually almost extinct before we come, because in the village only the 70 and 80 years old can make it, and there's probably only 1 or 2 per village. But because we see that this design is very unique and we can't find them elsewhere, we do training. So starting from 1 woman, we do training of trainers of 7 women, but now like almost 200 women can now weave this product, and it's already gone for export. Next. And what's more, I think an achievement that we're very proud of is that we can be part of the Asian Games 2018. We were selected as the official merchandiser. And so I think this just finished last month. We produced about 16,000 items, and to like our really good surprise, they're all sold out because how successful the game was. So it's a very big impact as well, not just on the sales and the business, but also on the women that knows that they are part of something way bigger than their village and their province themselves. Next. So this is the last part that I mentioned. So we understand in the beginning we were interested to help more with health, as I mentioned in the story before, but we understand that we cannot work alone. So we don't have to do everything from A to Z. That's why we try to collaborate. We collaborate with CSR programs like Samsung, who donated solar lamp so that our weaver can still weave at night, especially when the electricity in some of their villages are not stable or yet. We also work with some other foundation to give education in terms of nutrition and also to give scholarship for the children of our weavers. Next. So apart from our main industry in the craft, we also have some inquiries from our buyers, from our stakeholders who wants to come and see the exact location of what we do. So that's why we also have some trips and tourism going on, which we have like people from Korea and the Netherlands coming over to a village which I'm pretty sure maybe almost everyone here never heard about, Ulu Blolong village in the solar island of East Flores, East Nusa Tenggara. So it's also not just inspiring the local people, but also contribute to the local economy as well. Next. Okay, so our team starts from just the 3 of us, but now we have more than 50 people in the team as well, doing marketing and the management, product design, and also operations. And we've been supported by different institutions as well, and we got impact investment from Angin and also the North Star. Next. Next. Okay. So in terms of, I want to talk a little bit more and then a couple of last slides. So in terms of collaboration with the government, we actually do have some support from the governments. So from BECRAF, the Ministry of Economy, Creative Economy, they've been supporting us for some bazaars as well, including international exhibitions to Milan, to Italy, for one of the more prominent furniture and home decor products. We've also worked with the Ministry of Trade for Trade Expo Indonesia, but also for help in terms of design. We work with the Ministry of Women Empowerment to replicate our programs to Papua. And we've also worked with Bappenas for our impact study and with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. We're actually using our products for their souvenir of the year. And of course, we work with the local government as well in East Flores district. And yeah, so with the East Flores district though, one thing is that we see that the problem is that the government has the budget, and there's a lot of different departments doing exactly the same thing, but not towards the same end goal. That's what we saw in East Flores, and I think what we're trying to do is we create like a forum so that each of the department can say, oh, this is the budget they have for trainings, this is the budget they have for nutritional program, this is the budget they have for other things, and we're trying to see what's the same vision so that it's not overlapping. I think that's one of the lesson or the observation we see when we were working directly in the field. For example, now we work with the Department of Small Medium Enterprise and Cooperative because they are producing, have like chicken farm and eggs. So the eggs can be used by the Department of Health with the collaboration with Duanyam in order to improve nutrition in the women community. Next. So as I think Iman mentioned a little bit, we've grown from just working in East Flores district, so now we are in 4 different districts in Indonesia, so including Lembata, Berau, and Nabire, Papua, with the help of the Ministry of Women Empowerment. Next. Next. So just very briefly, because we're talking about technology. Yeah, firstly, I think to start is about using basic technology at first that all small medium enterprises are using, definitely for sales, for our operations and finance. But one thing that we need to take note is that in this area, not all villages have electricity, let alone phone signal or internet access. So when we're talking about technology, it's not always, for some remote parts of Indonesia, I think it has to be like a gradual steps, and the government has to also help with the infrastructure, because with the lack of access to information, it's very difficult to introduce new innovation that could help spur the growth of like the local economy and business as well. And then another thing is that when we're talking about technology, we need to remember that it's not always about the Internet of Things and digitalization of everything, because there's also the role of appropriate use of technology. So what can be used to improve very simple things that could be used to improve productivity of the local economy or living itself. So that's on the bottom right side, is like quite simple technology, but it could really help efficiency and accuracy of our products, for example. Next. And then the other thing is technology, the next steps of technology after the business is started, how we can use it to scale. In our case, for example, you can see that we have like one of our field agents are trying to write down all the production monitoring data. So we have data for every production of every weaver, so we know what kind of impact they get, what kind of products they produce. But it's very manual. And so when we have 100 weavers, 200 weavers, maybe now 500 weavers, it's still feasible. But when we start having thousands of weavers, it wouldn't make sense. So that's when I think digitalizations using a data collection app and then real-time production data can help us to scale whatever we're doing right now to the next level. And then sometimes people are asking, there's a lot of like initiative like Duanyam and why we could survive or even thrive. And I think there's two main things from my experience here in Duanyam. So the first thing is collaboration. So we are able to collaborate with government, with access to funding. We can collaborate with designers, we can collaborate with private sector, we can collaborate with hotels, so a lot of different partners. And to understand that you don't have to do everything on your own, you don't have to have your ego, to have your name on everything that's happening in for the same impact and same vision that you have. And then the second also important thing is about the local human resources. In the beginning, you need support, especially in remote parts. You cannot just introduce a concept and then leave them and hope that it will run sustainably, but you have to keep having someone engage with them and also developing the talent. So for these two things is where I think technology should be really helpful, because we can collaborate because we grew up in Jakarta. We have the networks in Jakarta. We know who to contact, who to talk to. But for other inspiring young people, young social entrepreneurs, how are they going to access this? If they have access to information, whether that's for access to market, access to funding, access to mentoring, access to collaborations for design and things like that, that's where they could actually build more sustainable, scalable businesses. And same thing with the local HR as well, because they are not able to get access to all the privilege of the information and education that we can get here in Jakarta. It will be difficult for them to achieve the same level of growth. But with that, we have to caution the other thing, which is, are we ready to give them education about how to use technology properly, right? Including like hoax and fake news and they don't know how to properly Google things, right? They don't know how to use all the apps and the softwares and everything, and whether we are ready to give that kind of education for the young people in the remote parts of Indonesia. I think that's where the government and also other CSO can help with the infrastructure and the ecosystem itself. Okay. I think that will be all. Next. Okay. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayu. It's a great story. I have so many questions, but I'll hold all my questions first so that we can hear all the speakers first. Next, Teddy, I'll invite you to share your story on Bukalapak. And by the way, if you have any questions, feel free to submit your questions at slido.com with the hashtag #inclusivegrowth.
Thank you. It is actually quite refreshing for me to see what you've done in Duanyam. Because I'm probably going to start with something a little bit less optimistic. Sorry, where did it go? Well, the number didn't show. So, usually the story of e-commerce starts this way. We have tens of millions of users. And as such, every single online e-commerce claim they have been helping the SME. To a large extent, they have, including ourselves in Bukalapak. We said that too. But if we want to be really, really honest with ourselves, how many of our merchants can actually utilize online platform? Every e-commerce has been growing by 150% year on year, 180% year on year, 200% year on year. It's been a mega growth. And a lot of people has been saying, oh, everyone has been participating to help the SME, reduce the inequality. But if we really looked at the fact that apparently I heard there's about 65 million unit business in Indonesia, how many can actually sell on online? Because if you really want to sell and thrive on online, that merchant has to either come up with something very special that can sell to the whole nation, very similar to what you have done. I was very impressed with that. Or able to provide it very cheap. Out of the 65 million business unit in Indonesia, I suspect less than 10 million. I suspect more than 50 million of our business unit do nothing else but selling a very commoditized product. Why? If you really go down the street, most of the store, the mom and pop, what do they sell? Cigarettes, coffee, soap. It's a very commoditized product. They are actually addressing their local market. How can you expect the mom and pop store that has selling soaps, selling cigarette, selling coffee, to put their merchandise online and to have that thrive? It will not happen. Why not? Because there's not a guy down the street doing that. There's not a guy on the block doing that. There's tens of millions of people doing that. So all this time we keep saying online help SME. It does. I'm not saying it doesn't. It does very well, especially for the type that Duanyam is doing. If you can put that in online, it will thrive. But only a fraction of it. We have touched only the tip of the iceberg. So in Bukalapak, we took a step back. We thought about this. It's not that we haven't helped the SME, we have. But we want to do more. How do you do that? We realized that most of this SME cannot benefit from having that 50 million plus MAU that we have. If anything, unfortunately, if we dare to be honest, we are creating inequality. Why? Because those 10 million merchants who can sell and do very well in the platform are probably doing a lot better than the other 50 million. We're just expanding the gap between them. So what we have done, we looked at the SME and we said, how do we empower the SME? When I said the SME, I am thinking something very traditional, and what we have done is indeed something very traditional. I think most of us here, I see there's a lot of Indonesian, you'll notice, it's warung. How do we help them? How do we make them thrive? It's very simple. First, provide them with the inventory at timely manner and good price. Like it or not, a lot of the store, even if they sell some of the branded product from FMCG, the salesperson of FMCG probably never step foot there. This entrepreneur would probably have to walk a couple blocks down to grab the inventory from a distributor, who then again, that distributor will get it from a bigger distributor, who then again will go to from the bigger distributor. By the time it gets to the producer, there's probably 6-7 layers. It actually means the price that they get would probably be a lot higher than what the producer was charging. And second, when they run out of inventory, they probably won't get stock up for like a week. If they rely on a good price, waiting for the salesperson to come, the salesperson probably doesn't come once a month. I'm running out of my, I don't know, kapal api, instant coffee today, and the salesperson probably won't step foot on my door for the next month. By the time I make the order, it will come, I don't know, another month. So what we have done is we'll shorten the whole process. In our apps, in our Mitra apps, they can actually order directly, and it goes to the producer, one layer, producer, Bukalapak, them, and will deliver it within 6 hours to 2 days maximum. They got a price, they got a speed. What's more? How do you empower them? They need to expand their product coverage. Now, I'm not talking about going from one instant coffee product to the next instant coffee product. Once they onboarded us, and we haven't rolled it out to everyone, of course, because we have to be quite careful in making sure it doesn't get misused. But once they onboarded us, they can actually start selling our virtual product. What is virtual product? This warung, the most popular one now is top up the phone credit. And that is a very popular thing in Indonesia, by the way. A lot of people use prepaid. But beyond that, we're starting to roll out to allow them to be able to sell tickets, train tickets, event tickets, and I've even seen airplane tickets. What does it mean? It means the normal mom and pop shop, the traditional store, I guess in Indonesian called toko kelontong, within space of 10 minutes of downloading the apps, can even transform to be a travel agent, selling a plane ticket, and many other of our virtual products. To us, that's how we really empower the SME. That's how we reduce the inequality, because we take a step back and look at how we actually give them more benefit. Where are we today with this initiative? We started it about 18 months ago. I didn't start it. It was our founder and CEO, Ahmad Zaki. He personally foresaw this himself. We now have about 1 million agents. To give you a perspective, the largest insurance company in Indonesia has about 100,000 agents. Within 18 months, Zaki has built 1 million agents, of which within that 1 million agents, there are 300,000 physical stores. These guys. The remaining are individuals. We are talking about annualized business of well over $500 million, and we built that initiative. I wouldn't even call it technology. It's just a bridge for us to help the inclusive economic growth. The potential is immense. If we have better data on what they buy and what they sell, it means we have more clarity in each of these merchants. With that clarity, that means we can actually provide that data and they can actually get financing much cheaper. They don't have to pay that high micro lending rates because we have all the data available. I will stop here. I don't want to take up too much time. I believe there's a quick video that we can play. You can assist that. Thank you.
Pemakai penglaris, pelapak ini diarak warga.
Pasti pakai penglaris. Ayo ngaku. Iya, ngaku aja. Pasti pakai penglaris. Ngaku.
Saya memang ke penglaris. Ini penglaris saya.
Ya, cukup download aplikasi Mitra Bukalapak di Google Play Store, lalu buka dan langsung daftarkan lapakmu, upload foto lapakmu, identitasmu, dan foto dirimu untuk verifikasi data. Tambahkan saldomu agar transaksi makin praktis. Dan kamu bisa langsung merasakan manfaat penglaris dari Mitra Bukalapak. Lengkap produknya, ekonomis harganya, dan cepat pengirimannya. Semua itu berkat teknologi dan inovasi Bukalapak.
Laris manis, buruan gabung Mitra Bukalapak.
Caranya praktis, lapaknya laris. Mitra Bukalapak.
One interesting story. I think from just two speakers that we have today, we have gone beyond the rhetorics. We have heard some of the practical approaches of talking when we talk about inclusive growth. But I'll just go to the next speaker. I'll invite Brett from Google to share the story of Google.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brett Gerson, and I'm from Google's Asia Pacific Public Policy team. I want to thank the team at Bapanas for inviting me to this great event, and sharing a few thoughts on some of the exciting things that we're seeing on how the internet and how technology drives inclusive growth in the region. So let me set a framework by just giving you a sense of why we're interested in talking about inclusive growth. Our mission as a company is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. And it's that universally accessible part that I think correlates really well. It's another way to say inclusive. We think that technology and online platforms have a fundamental role in driving inclusive growth. If you think about it, whether you're a Wall Street banker or a farmer here on Bali, you have access to the same email, the same search function as anyone else in the world. It's really transforming lives, societies, and economies. And people now have access to information and vital services that they didn't have before. In a sense, we like to frame it as technology and online platforms are really now one of the most effective ways to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Take, for example, access to education. I think our moderator, Iman, his company, SMERU, is an amazing example, an inspiring example of how an online platform is driving inclusive growth when it comes to education by giving teachers and tutors direct access to come up with personalized approaches for students all over the country. It's really amazing. There are other examples in the health space, for example. There's another Indonesian company called HaloDoc that is giving people direct access to doctors and pharmacies, medical labs, directly through video and chat services. Another example of how an online platform is helping to achieve the healthcare Sustainable Development Goals. Now, when it comes to gender equality, I think we have a long way to go. But we do see online platforms playing a crucial role here. According to the World Wide Web Foundation, more than 50% of women around the world in developing countries lack access to internet. So there's just a huge opportunity here. The OECD came out with a great report that showed how online platforms are actually giving women increased access to job markets, and then also, just as crucially, more flexibility when it comes to the type of work. So take ride-hailing, for example, whether you're talking about Gojek or Grab or Uber, we're seeing significantly more women using those platforms for employment than in traditional taxi industries. At Google, we're investing a lot in trying to understand the barriers that women face day to day to accessing the internet in the same way that men do. We are trying to understand the concrete challenges that women face. Take, for example, the fact that 2/3 of non-literate adults are women. So that disproportionately affects women. So what can we do as a technology company, as an online platform, to try to even that playing field? What we're doing in India right now is a really good example of that. We partnered with Jio to issue a super cheap, old school feature smartphone, but one that actually features the Google Assistant in over 22 Indian languages. And in our research, we found that voice activation actually increases engagement with users, with internet users, disproportionately for women. So we found that this is a great tool for women to sort of even out the playing field and get the same access to the internet and online platforms that men have through traditional typing smartphones. I just want to drill down a little bit on the economic empowerment aspect of this, and the first two speakers touched on this quite a bit, so I won't go into too much detail, but at Google, we're seeing a lot of creative ways that small businesses are able to sidestep some of the traditional intermediaries and access the large-scale economies that large companies like Google can. They're able to find new markets, find new suppliers, integrate into supply chains, find new vendors. This is particularly crucial in Southeast Asia, where SMEs make up over 80% of the workforce. We've seen studies recently by Bain that only 16% of companies in Southeast Asia feel like they have a workforce that's able to take advantage of digital tools. Those companies that are taking advantage of digital tools, actually 95% of them are exporting and are able to access markets outside their own borders. And we're also seeing that online platforms, by using online platforms in your exporting, can reduce your export cost by up to 80%. One really cool example I learned about the other day in Indonesia is a company called Matoa that makes watches from recycled wood. And once they started using an online platform, they were going to export to the rest of Asia, Japan, the United States, Europe, and they've been able to hire 60 people in West Java. One study by Oxford Economics showed that if the small businesses that use websites in Asia doubled, it would lead to 35 million new jobs in the region. And when you look at this from a macro level, there's just amazing opportunities for growth in ASEAN. So right now, only 7% of the overall economy in ASEAN is built on the digital economy. Compare that to 27% in Europe and 35% in the United States. It really just demonstrates how much room for optimism there is and how much room for growth there is in the region. So Google, we have a huge interest in seeing the region grow. We've been here for 10 years. We have offices in 5 countries. In the Bain study that I mentioned a moment ago, when surveying management, 40% found that their workforce did not have the right kind of digital tools that could help them grow as a company. So we've committed, we announced last month at the World Economic Forum that we're going to train 3 million new SMEs with digital tools by the end of 2020 in 10 countries in ASEAN, and each country will have its own tailored plan for getting the most, for building up the digital tools with their SME communities, including here in Indonesia. So that's something that we're really excited about. I want to take a few more minutes and just introduce something that we call our Next Billion User Initiative. By Next Billion User, what we're really talking about is the idea that really only half of the world's population has ever been online. And when we think about the opportunity to engage with 4 billion new internet users, we had better understand that the way these folks interact with the internet, the way they interact with online platforms, is fundamentally different than the way that we do. So, take for example, if we're talking about who our next billion users are, take for example Asia. We know that a lot of our internet users are going to come from emerging economies, but Asia is really in particular the most exciting area. Half of the world's online internet population is based in Asia, but only half of the Asia population has been online. So that's another example where we're seeing a lot of growth. We're seeing 4 million new internet users come online every month in Southeast Asia alone. So when we think about who our future internet users are, it's fair to say that on average, it'll look more like this room than a similar conference taking place in Europe or the United States right now. And we're also learning through our research that the way that these new users interact with the internet is fundamentally different than the way that we do. So just by a quick show of hands, who here used a PC or a laptop to access the internet for the first time? I thought it would be okay. This is a young crowd. Well, anyway, for the next generation of internet users, it's going to be completely the opposite. The vast majority of new internet users are going to be mobile first, and they're going to be mobile only. Most of them are going to be under the age of 25. Most of them are going to be in urban areas. Although the new internet users who are based in rural areas, we're seeing are demonstrating a lot of the same interests and a lot of the same characteristics as their urban counterparts. And so, one thing we've also learned is that whether someone is a new internet user in Indonesia or Nigeria or Brazil, they face a lot of the same fundamental challenges to getting basic access to the internet. One is low-spec smartphones that don't have a lot of storage and don't have a lot of computing power. 2 is lack of access to public Wi-Fi and really expensive mobile data plans. And 3 is a lack of sort of localized, tailored content in their own local culture and their own local language. So we've taken a multi-pronged approach to try to reach these next billions of users. The first prong is we've updated some of our traditional products for users that can be used anytime, anywhere. So for example, we've launched a product called Google Go in Africa. The search function takes up 40% less data than the one that you probably have on your phone. We created YouTube Offline, where users can take a video while they're on Wi-Fi, download it onto their device, and watch it anywhere they want. We did something really cool in Indonesia. Given how popular two-wheelers are in Indonesia, we noticed that our Google Maps function in terms of giving driving directions was a little bit off for four-wheeler cars. So we rolled out a function specifically for two-wheelers that's made life a lot easier for most people trying to navigate the streets of Jakarta and some of the other large cities in Indonesia. The fourth photo on the right is actually the photo of the geophone that I mentioned in India that has Google Assistant activation on it. We're also rolling out a set of new products that are designed specifically for the next billion users. In India, we launched a payments product called TEZ that's built on India's United Payments Interface, so the national payments rail, and connects bank accounts so that people can send small or large payments to friends or family, anything simple from buying lunch to sending money back home to your folks. It uses sound wave technology from phone to phone, so it actually eats up a lot less data, and you don't have to be on Wi-Fi necessarily to use it. It's driving financial inclusion in India. I think we're up to 23 million users so far, including 800,000 merchants. And one of the cool things that we're seeing is that actually TEZ is being used a lot more in rural areas than urban areas. I think we're seeing the fastest growth outside of India's main metropolitan areas. Another product we're developing to address one of the challenges I mentioned is Files Go, which is designed to help people get the most out of the limited storage on their smartphone. It identifies big files, or files that haven't been used for a long time, and makes smart suggestions based on AI technology on what you might be able to delete from your phone. It helps organize files based on search rather than folders, and you can send files, large files, from one user to another just using cutting-edge sound wave technology. And what we're learning is that when we design products for people under the constraints that I've mentioned, we're actually making the products better for anybody, anywhere. So Datally is a good example of that. Datally was a product that we initially launched to try to help people understand and control the amount of mobile data that they're using. Well, we found that in the circumstances that we were testing it out in, we realized we might as well roll this out everywhere. So we're taking the learnings that we got from Datally and we're going to be integrating them into our products worldwide. Last, I want to just talk a little bit about a really fun initiative that we've launched called Google Station, where we are bringing free, fast, and reliable Wi-Fi to public places like train stations and shopping malls and post offices, university campuses. I have a short video to watch that I think really demonstrates the way that public Wi-Fi can drive inclusive growth in communities and economies. You guys have access to the video? Sorry, bear with me here for a second. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. Okay. Anyway, all right. I'll give you a quick recap of the video, and if the technical team back there can figure it out, we'll watch it later. But essentially, it's a short 1-minute video of a railway worker in Mumbai named Srinath who couldn't afford to do mobile top-ups every month and get the most out of his data plan. So when he was working at the railway station, he was taking advantage of free Wi-Fi that we launched to download course lessons to study for the civil service exam in India. He ended up passing, he ended up getting a job, and it was a great financial opportunity for him and his family. And we're seeing lots of stories like that around the 5 different countries where we launched Google Station. So basically, let me just give a quick overview of how it works. We partner with ISPs and telcos to build our tech stack for Wi-Fi on top of existing fiber optic cable, brownfield cable that's already been laid. So in India, for example, the railway ministry had partnered with the telecom to lay fiber optic cable along the railways in India. But it was being underutilized. It was actually only being used for trafficking purposes. So we partnered with the ministry, we partnered with the telco to essentially light up the fiber optic cable throughout 400 train stations in India. It's a great way to partner with telcos, with ISPs, and drive these little economic communities wherever the Wi-Fi is located. So the OEMs and hardware manufacturers love it because we're buying more hardware for the Wi-Fi. And what we're seeing is little economic communities sprout up wherever there are public Wi-Fi stations. So in India, for example, we've noticed that it's actually driving footfall around where we're seeing the public Wi-Fi. People are buying tickets to go into the train station, even if they don't have a train to catch, just to use the public Wi-Fi. From the get-go, we wanted to make sure that this was a scalable model. And what we're doing is we are bringing our ads-based platform to the Wi-Fi process. So users watch a very quick advertisement in the logon process, and that allows us to monetize the platform, which we share with the telcos and the ISPs to scale this model throughout a country. We've launched so far in 5 countries: India, Indonesia, Thailand, Mexico, and Nigeria. We're reaching over 8 million users a month, and we have over 600 Google Station hotspots throughout these 5 countries. So I hope this is a good example of just how we're using our online platforms, but also how we're reaching a next generation of internet users to drive inclusive growth opportunities. Thanks a lot for your time. Looking forward to the discussion later on.
Thank you so much, Brett. Next, I'll invite Mr. Pang to share a bit more about Ant Financial and how they're trying to build more, inclusive society, particularly when it comes to financial.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to take this opportunity to share what we do in Eurofinance in China. At the very beginning, we have a snapshot on China's Eurofinance environment. The numbers listed here is from a statistic report in 2015. You will see the number of people that have a credit record in urban areas is far more from the number in rural areas. Is about 4 to 1. And the gap between demand and supply side is a very huge number. We'll see the shortage, the funding shortage in rural areas is 3 trillion RMB. It's a very large number. And from the supply side, we will see number of people employed by financial institutions per 10,000 people. Urban versus rural is 329 to 1. So as a result, availability of formal credit in rural areas is only around 30%. So that's the environment of China rural finance. Why credit constraints exist, especially in rural finance area? I think the answer may be quite similar in all countries in this world. So we can deep into this issue from 2 paths. One is from the demand side. Rural borrowers lack of business information, which can be traced or trusted. And they cannot get, and also they have no qualified asset which can be accepted as a collateral. So they were not able to get a loan approval from financial institutions. And from the supply side, due to the high operating costs, such to a small ticket size loan like $500 to $2,000, and relatively high performance caused by limited information. Financial institutions prefer to big loan to cooperate with large companies because they have the audited business statement. So I think whether there would be some way to solve these kind of problems, because we have very good at big data and technology. So we think we try to solve these kind of problems by these ways. Yes, limited information or asset can be replaced by trusted data online, which can be proved customers' willingness to pay and ability to pay. And high technology, which can be used in the process of traditional procedure. And it can largely reduce the manual operation cost and even risk. So if we put these keywords in our mind and bring some business models to use this kind of method, maybe that's a good way to solve the inclusive finance problems from the traditional circumstances. So let me use one sentence to introduce and financial for you. It is a technology company bring inclusive financial services to this world. We provide paying service, wealth management, and also credit. Also have a private bank in China, and it is originated from Alipay. It's a paying service company founded in 2004. When we face the rural users in rural areas or in agricultural industry, or we face a farmer directly, we found their needs is comprehensive. So we try to use ecosystem ability to solve the problems, to solve the demand they want to get from the users. I roughly divided our journey of development in rural finance into 3 parts. The first one is 2015 to 2016. We pay much attention to the model of online learning model and the online plus offline learning model. And we start from 2016. We cooperate with agricultural enterprises, want to serve the farmers and give them private loan from the digital technology-based service. So that's called the supply chain finance model. And from last year, we want to serve more and more residents in rural areas. We create digitalized platform model. I will give you a quick explanation one by one in the following slides. You will see online learning model is to provide lending service for both consumption and business purpose to rural class by the ability of data analysis. So when a customer apply a lending service from our mobile app, and we will use the data they have in e-commerce platform or the data from payment account or fortune account. We can have a user portrait to see how many credit limit we can give for these users. And the feature of this model is about the user experience. There is extremely good user experience. We call the 310 model or 310 experience. That means 3 minutes for application, 1 second for disbursement, and there is no human engagement involved in the whole procedure. It's totally systematic, automatic. And however, many customers we face, they have not efficient data, or their data is not efficient enough to do a credit decision. So we create online plus offline lending model. We find our partners listed here, Rural Taobao and CFPA Microfinance. CFPA means China Foundation for Poverty Alleviation. So this microfinance company is founded by CFPA in 20 years ago, and the risk performance in China is really good. We cooperate with this company, and when a user in a village want to have a lending service, we will find a credit officer of microfinance company. There are more than 4,000 credit officers spreading in whole of the country. So you can very easily to find one in county level and below. County is a governmental and administrative division in China. Okay. So the feature of online and offline lending model is we use the ground ability, the sales force on the ground to do the risk assessment and the customer acquisition. Because sometimes totally online procedure may be not very useful. And when we create our models, we have some concepts and principles kept in our mind to help us to do the rural finance in the right direction. There are 5 concepts: inclusive concept, charitable mentality, and a commercially oriented principle, especially in business, and also technology-driven innovation power of the ecosystem. So the time moved to the 2016. We started to cooperate with agriculture enterprises. We call that supply chain finance model because in one head of the chain, we have some companies sell agriculture means of production online. And also we helped agriculture enterprises to sell their products in new retail channels, like a Tmall.com fresh channel is an online channel. You can put your agricultural products there, and the consumer can buy that from the website directly. And also provide fresh Hema. That is a channel. They have hundreds of entity shops in the cities, and also provide an application for the mobile users. So in the middle of this is the farms and cooperatives. We provide a non-cash loan to the customers in this part. They can use the loan to purchase the agricultural means of production from a website, and the circle of the funds is closed, and it's more secure for the risk. And in this model, we have already built pig breeding and poultry building models for this industry. So, in the phase 3 last year, we want to serve more and more customers in the rural areas. But we understand if we want to do this by ourselves, it's not enough. We need to cooperate with many partners. So in this model, we cooperate with regional banks and local governments. For regional banks, we use the technology like AI technology and accounting system, also biometric technology, etc., to build a joint loan service to serve the residents in rural areas. And also we cooperate with county-level governments to provide public local services online. In the next slide, you can see in this slide, we provide fee payments, disaster alert, and even social insurance payment. Visit a doctor, make an appointment in this platform. So we combine the inclusive finance service and public service together. And we have already lots of counties in China implemented this model. As a conclusion, we have introduced lots of models we created these years. That is for different scenarios of business. It's running well every day in China right now. But at the core is our customers, farmers, residents in countryside and below, and also the cooperatives related to agriculture enterprises. And there are 5 key abilities we should improve again and again to make sure the models can be implemented in the scenario smoothly. And also, the partnership is very, very important. We have ecosystem with Alibaba Group, and also we have lots of partners like what I mentioned, local banks, local governments. We do that together to make the inclusive growth developing very fast. So that's what I want to say in the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. I think we still have about 20 minutes to discuss, and to clarify some of the things that our speakers have presented before. But if you have any questions, I'll again encourage you to participate. Just click slido.com, and then you can submit your question with a hashtag of inclusive growth. I think we got some questions already, but I think before jumping into some of the questions that we have on the screen, I'd like to ask some of the speakers here. Maybe I'll start with IU first, right? you chose unpopular path, right? And I believe that before jumping into creating Anyam, you probably had certain assumptions. What is the biggest surprise that you have encountered in terms of, based on your experience of working with women in rural areas, and how that realization that affected the approach that you have?
Okay. So actually, there is a lot of surprise, I would definitely say, because it's almost like we are coming into their village, their life, and we comes from the mindset, from our experience as an urban people, as especially foreign educated people. It's very different with their culture and the way they live their life, right? And this is actually very common. I hear from people who are working to develop community, which is sometimes they feel like the community doesn't want to be helped. Like I'm offering them like a solution, I'm offering them a way to help themselves, but they're like, no, I don't want to, I'd rather stick to the old ways. And sometimes people can tend to think that they don't want to be helped, or they're lazy, or things like that. But apparently it's because we are not living their shoes. We don't understand what is important for them, we don't understand their priority, we don't understand their mindset. So that's why it is very important to actually listen. You know, to listen to what is actually important for them, the way they, their culture and the way they live their life. So just to give some examples, right? I mean, the very clear thing is that they value traditions very highly. So, for example, if there's a wedding or there's any funerals, they will leave everything behind and then help, like the entire village is essentially in stop, and so they don't do anything productive because it's more important to help and be there and support the village when this event happens. For example, another more, I think, relevant example is that we thought and we learned from maybe reading into the models from Muhammad Yunus and things like that, that maybe we can give them a sense of deadline and payment as a group. So when the group is done, that's when they'll get paid, because we thought that it will motivate people to finish things quickly so that everybody can get the payment. But turns out, like for example, that's not true, because apparently they have different ways of thinking, even though it's the same like village women, but what happens in India is not happening in India. So I think what's important is actually try to listen and to see from their perspective what is important, and use that to change our solution in our offer.
Yeah, I completely agree, because coming from education myself, I often tell my product designers and the people who work in the team that it is sometimes very dangerous for us as a product designer, as a product developer, to think that we know what our users behave, even just because we happen also to be one of the users, right? For instance, we think that we know how education should be designed and programmed just because we happen to be a student, you know, once upon a time, right? So I think it's a very interesting point that you highlighted. I'll come to Teddy. As you've seen, millions of SMEs that you work with through Bukalapak, you have seen some, more performing and lower performing. Based on your experience, or maybe the data that you have, is there any difference? Like what differentiates the more performing SMEs and the low performing SMEs? And then how that it affected the way Bukalapak is doing in order to bring more inclusions and bring more prosperity to both sides, basically.
Yeah, so I think it comes from the people typically, right? And again, you're right. It's not that they don't want to be helped. Sometimes we have to understand, right? So a lot of those merchants who are doing well, they're typically very passionate with what they do. I'm not saying the one that doesn't do well doesn't have a passion. They usually mean they're probably just not familiar with it, right? So we run it as a community. So we run over 500 events annually. We are in over 100 cities in Indonesia. And they are mostly community formed, not by us. We seed them, But this sellers merchant community, they formed themselves. The difficult part was not to form the community, but to get people of the merchant itself to form their own self-sufficient community. We don't fund them. I mean, yeah, from time to time they want to do an event, we chip in like $100, right? But it's the passion of each of these merchants that they form their own community with the whole purpose of teaching those who are new. Because you typically are not doing well, not because you don't want to do well. They want to do well, they don't know how, right? And you're right, if any of us with our flashy foreign degrees try to go down the street and try to explain to them how to be a good merchant, they'll shut off. But if it's a guy that they know well, if it's somebody that's the same level as them, from probably the same village that they come from, explain to them how they've done better and how can this guy improve, that usually works out very well. So at the end of the day, I mean, technology is great, but the human is very important. The human touch is very, very important. The EQ is very, very important.
Thank you. Brad, Teddy mentioned before that the humans are very important, the users are very important, and you highlighted in your presentation that we will see more and more users who start their first experience of using technology from mobile. Based on your opinion or maybe your observations, how that it affected how the regulators or other stakeholders should design their programs or policies. What does it mean for the stakeholders?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think in terms of a regulatory approach, I think first of all, an awareness of how the next generation of internet users is going to interact, primarily first through mobile, is the first step, right? And I think we're seeing that awareness. I think we're seeing people gain awareness in Asia, in Europe, in the United States, Latin America, most of the major markets. I think that regulators have to really think about how do they create an ecosystem that allows technology, internet companies, and online platforms to thrive. And in many cases, that's taking a more hands-off approach. That's really understanding the implications of data flows, cross-border data, and the potential impact of how small businesses rely on data flows. And so not just how large businesses like Google, or Amazon, or Alibaba, or financial interact with their users, but also how small businesses, how medium-sized enterprises interact with their users. So I think it has to be a multi-pronged approach, but I think that the distinction between large companies and small companies has become less and less important.
And following on that, right, China is a very mobile society, right? Almost everybody is using mobile for everything. How then, in the process of financially rolling out their programs and designs and products and services to ensure that no one is left behind, are you already in an ideal situation? Is there anything that you still have to pay attention?
Yes, because in intercompany, we have a great culture and encourage the innovation for us. So when we found a demand from the market or the idea is from the employees, we will compose a flexible team from different departments and to try the product design. And then we will have a small group users to test the function and to see the user experience and acceptance of this application. Because there is a very important thing is we have much tolerance to the failures. Because for the innovation or the product creation, you have to feel lots of difficulties. And also you have to have a very efficient workflow and make the quick decision for the whole process. Yeah. And in China market, I think because it is almost a mobile power,
So when you have very good services or service or function, you just put it in the market. Many people want to try it because, especially for young people, right? They want to try new things, and it will be spread very widely.
Thank you. I think I'll jump to some of the questions that we have on the slide. I think I'll go first to Teddy, right? The question from Dia, what do you think the most effective strategy for introducing basic technology platform to the new small SMEs that most will probably tech illiterate?
Yeah, so I've kind of touched on that, I think, before, right? What we need to do, I mean, when we started, it will be difficult. When we first started rolling out to the warung, we literally have our people going down to a lot of these middle-aged women and explain to them. They probably have smartphone, but they don't know how to use it. They use it only for WhatsApp, right? Nothing else. So you have to actually start to be passionate and explain to them first. Typically spend half an hour, right? Why is that important? Because again, if the other middle-aged women on the next warung, which is like the next kiosk, a couple hundred meters away, getting that explanation from somebody she can relate with, it's a lot easier for them to absorb. If we come down, it probably takes half an hour. That lady explaining to her friend probably takes 10 minutes because they communicate in a language that they understand, in a method that they understand, but most importantly, because the recipient feel that the person who explained it is somebody at the same level. So they don't get shut with this wall in front of them. But the second thing is probably as important, if not more important. Our Mitra apps is separate from our platform. Different apps. Why? It's a simplified version. It's a light version. For people who are sophisticated, we want optionality. When we want to buy something, we want to search as many as we can to make sure we make the right decision to do it after seeing all the possible options. For newbies, you give them 10 options, they shut down. You can only give them 1 or 2. But it's not making it easier because it means our job as the platform provider, we have to curate everything we put in. We have to take a step back, do a lot of research, a lot of homework to make sure what we put in is really simplified, understandable, but most importantly, important for them, useful for them. We can't just throw things in. We can throw things in for the sophisticated one, but for the people who just start, we can't. So the job for, I guess it's the same everywhere. Making things simple is often a lot more difficult. But that's just something we have to do. If we want to address that on the new SME, small SME, you just have to take up the heavy lifting, Not as heavy as what you're doing, but heavy enough as it is.
It's a great point because sometimes when we think about, making things inclusive, we tend to think it's about, the fancy stuff, but it's actually just about making things simpler. I can speak from my experience of, we're thinking about how then we make parents become more engaged in their kids' educations. And a lot of people think about, we need maybe to create an app for parents so that they understand about how their kids are going. But then we realize, parents even do not understand how to install a new application. When they even try to log in, they forget their password. When they forget that password, they forget that email and the password to their email. So what we're doing is basically, we know that most of them are using WhatsApp, and what we're doing is that we just we use WhatsApp API and send a personalized report with a link to every parent, and parent can just click that link, and when they click that link, it brings them to a landing page about their own kid, so they don't have even to log in, they don't even have to do anything. So again, sometimes it's just really about making things simpler when we think about inclusion, right? The next question, to Ayu, right? How can you access such a broad market for all the products? Is it only by optimizing your social network, or do you use any other platform? And I think I saw other question before to you as well about your process basically, right? If the product that you have is not marketable, then are you still, paying the women that you work with? And how does it go this way?
Okay, so actually the second question is a little bit easier and shorter to answer. But we basically have grading system. So products with grade A has a higher payment for the women. So we incentivize them as well to continue improving their quality. So as to what happened to the other grades, it really depends. I think, for example, for exports, they have a very strict standards in quality. So what happened is that normally the next batch of grade, it's not that the product is bad or not good, it's just that maybe the sizing is off or something like that. So we can actually resell that in the retail market where exact sizing for 100 products doesn't have to be the same way. So we have to kind of play around with which one goes to the domestic market, which one goes to retail, in bazaars, so one-off products to be sold. And also, sometimes, very rarely, we get something like below grade C. So it really depends. Very rarely we don't pay them at all if it's completely the wrong products, but it's very rarely. Sometimes we take it with very low price and then we just use it for R&D because we still do need a lot of products for R&D. Okay. And then the other question about the networks. I wish we can start by just using social networks, but in reality, not at all. So probably the same way as Zaki, I heard. So like Zaki, who have to visit hundreds of stores in Mangga Dua and Tanah Abang, right, one by one, and try to convince them to join Bukalapak. I think that's kind of what we did at the first time because our first adopters are hotels. So we sent like hundreds of old emails, got replied twice, and then we start calling people and then do door-to-door marketing, all these types of things. And then we start building credibility. And then we start joining a lot of events, conference, incubators for social enterprise. We found people who are connecting us with other people. Even for collaboration as well, we cold emails like ITB and all other design studios asking for collaboration in design. So I would say that's a little bit of privilege because probably as Indonesians normally we are too polite and we are not as just put ourselves out there and start cold emailing, cold calling people. So that's where I would say like our experience as urban people and perhaps living abroad before helps us. But in a sense, it really, as an entrepreneur, especially in the early stage, it's really about your persistence, right? In just like trying different ways until you found out that it doesn't work and then trying other things. That's basically how we get a lot of different market for our products.
One of the hard truths of being an entrepreneur. Okay, before jumping into some other questions, I just got a message from the organizer that we have a video that Brett was about to showcase before. I think to break the silence a little bit, it's good for us to watch the video, and I think they also have a video from you as well. Yeah.
मेरा नाम श्रीनाथ है। मैं केरला में इडुक्की जिला में रहने वाला बंदा हूँ। मैंने घर से 140 किलोमीटर आगे दूर पे अपना कोचिंग रेलवे स्टेशन में काम करने वाला कूली हूँ। तो मैंने अपना बारे में सोचा तो जो शहर का जो लोग जी रहे हैं हम भी जीना है, इसी कारण से मैंने पढ़ाई के बारे में सोचा। तो पढ़ाई बाहर करके आके अपना काम करने में बहुत दिक्कत पड़ता है, इसी वजह से मैंने पढ़ाई छोड़ दी। मैंने भी सोचा मेरा पढ़ाई गया फिर वापस पढ़ने में आया। अपना रेलवे स्टेशन में वाईफाई लगा हुआ था, रही नहीं से मैं अपना केरला पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन का जो क्वेश्चन पेपर वगैरह निकाल के पढ़ना शुरू किया। जो फ्री टाइम मिलता है उस टाइम डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं, काम का टाइम पे अपना कान में लगा करके काम करता था। केरला PSC का एग्जामिनेशन आ गया विलेज असिस्टेंट का, एक तो मेरे को 80% मुझे मार्क मिल गया, क्योंकि मेरे को अभी तो नौकरी पक्का मिल जाएगा। घर जाए तो मेरे घर वालों को पता है जो अपना रही वाईफाई अपनी ज़िंदगी से बहुत अच्छा दिया है, इसी में बहुत खुशी हूँ।
Every day in rural Indonesia, 42 mothers die giving birth, and 260 babies die before they turn 1 month old. These women are living in poverty and working in dangerous conditions while pregnant. They have no other options. And that's why we created Korea. Now they have safe employment year-round. The women we work with have 40% increased income. By employing them as weavers, we can preserve a traditional craft. The products are landing everywhere, from hotels to fashion runways. Now that women are earning money, the power is starting to shift. There's more equality. Today, we have 350 weavers in 16 villages. We are empowering women to empower themselves.
What an inspiring story. I'll come to one of the questions, Slido. I think I'll just address this to Brad. How do you see the option for financing the technological innovation to help the poor to be skilled? Do you believe that the technology could help? I think I also remember on your presentation that Google has pledged to train 3 million SMEs. I was actually at the World Economic Forum when it was announced, and that's such great news, right? But then thinking about how then you are going to scale the training model that you guys have in mind, and then thinking about delivering it to the poor. Maybe you can also elaborate on that a bit more. Yeah.
Sure. I can talk a little bit about our efforts with SMEs, and then I'll talk a little bit about our efforts to reach some of the underserved communities. So for SMEs, yeah, we announced we're going to train 3 million new SMEs, or 3 million SMEs with new digital skills by 2020. We're going to be using sort of basic platforms, basic skills, whether it's emailing, creating spreadsheets, creating documents, messaging, etc., creating videos, downloading videos, organizing your files, like basic internet digital skills 101. We also have more advanced courses for people to understand how advertising works, how to create a web page, how to Google My Business, so how to make sure that your business shows up on Google Maps and some of the other Google features. So that's for the SME side. In terms of reaching new communities, similar to what Teddy was saying, and I think similar to the approach that the other panelists have talked about, India is a good example of this. We launched a program called Internet Sati. Sati is a word for friend in Hindi, and essentially it's a train-the-trainer program where we've trained women from thousands of villages across rural India in basic internet skills, basic digital skills, and then they go around to their village and train other women on those basic digital skills. And like Teddy was talking about, what we've seen is these women are far more responsive to someone from their village who speaks their language, who knows their family, who knows their friends, than someone like me coming in to teach them digital skills in the first place. So we see that as a multiplying force and a platform that we can apply in other countries. And we hope that, of those communities, we would love to see some of those women or some of the people in those communities who are underserved actually start a business. So on one hand, we have more advanced ways to reach small businesses. On the other hand, we have a more community-based approach to reach new internet users.
Thank you. Pang, there is a question on Slido that is asking about data protection, right? How do you make sure that the users get the data protection required, particularly relating to some data verification that is needed on the app?
I think everybody knows the value of the data, and the data become more and more precious resource. When we use the big data to provide some service, we need to get a prior consent from the users. And there is a principle, because if you want to provide a service, you just collect only the necessary data from the authority of the users. That's the principle. Yeah. And because the digital technology and the IoT make many things become digitalized, such as a farm. You can use IoT technology to make a farm totally digitalized. And we can collect all of data. We cooperate with Ali Cloud. It's a company in Alibaba Group, and try to use the data transfer from the IoT devices to solve the problem we face to the pig farmers. Because in pig in a pig farm, and you can use this kind of technology to recognize how many pigs in this farm, and you can recognize is are they healthy or not. So we use the data from the farm, but we need to get consent before that.
Thank you. I think we're about to come to the end of our sessions, and I think I'll just have a final question for everybody here. Do you think your respective organization already achieved its maximum potential? Bukalapak already has millions of SMEs, like sell 60 million products, and I believe more in their SKUs, right? Google and Financial has become what it is now, right? Ruanyam has exported their products as well. Do you think you already achieve your maximum potential? And if not, what can we do to unleash that? Particularly when we talk about policy recommendations, how do we make sure that your organization can achieve its potential?
Well, if 10 is where we want to achieve, we're probably at 2 or 3. I always say that even as where it is today, Bukalapak, we have just gone from kindergarten to primary school. We have not even reached high school, leave alone university, right? How do we achieve the full potential? You just have to continue to innovate and push. Like what I shared about what we are doing in our, so to speak, thinking online to offline. That is a bridge. I mean, if every one of you take a step back and think about it, once that's fully developed, it's not the final result. It's merely a bridge to a much wider and bigger potential. I mean, I mentioned financing, that's one, but there's tens of other potential of features, solution, and other additional features we can offer, not just the user, but also the company.
Well, as a company, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary, and we've had a lot of success. We have seven products with over 1 billion users each. But I think that the company was a little bit slow to come to a realization that if we want to reach the second half of the planet that has never used the internet, we had better think very carefully about how we're designing our products so that they're inclusive. And so I think in that respect, we have a long way to go, but I'm really optimistic. We have some very creative people who are going out into the field and interacting with communities and new users and really understanding what are the specific challenges that they think about day to day that are preventing them from getting online, that are preventing them from starting a business, that are preventing them from trading or whatever it is that they're doing on the internet. And we are adapting all of our products to meet some of those conditions. And so I think we're really just getting started on that particular journey. And so it's one that I'm pretty optimistic about. I'm pretty excited about it. In a way, maybe we're in second and third grade too.
I think rural finance is never easy in all of the countries. So we just started, and we are thinking about online method is only a way to solve the problem about the geographical problems and the information asymmetry, something like that. But we're still thinking about the digital technology, maybe the good way to solve the problems we encountered in traditional finance procedures. So we encourage the many partners to do the same thinking method and try to provide more services in the rural areas and to let people get a good life as the people in the urban.
Coming back to the topic of inclusive growth, right? I think there's still a lot of things to be done. a lot of opportunities as well. Probably three things. First is infrastructure, as I mentioned. I think logistic, because we're a big archipelago, and again, internet, phone, signal, electricity, all the basic stuff in the remote areas. And then the second part is technology. Again, that's what we are trying to do as well. So we can scale better. We have better data, make everything more efficient, more real time, more accurate, definitely. And then the last part is strategic partnership, because it's maybe Duanyam is doing one thing, but we cannot do the whole country by ourselves, right? So how we can form strategic partnership with the governments who actually also have budgets to both local and national, actually have budgets to build up these kind of SMEs that are inclusive, and also NGOs as well, and probably private sectors and CSR as well. So I think that's where we can amplify what Duanyam been doing is in a much larger scale.
Well said. Give a big round of applause to all the speakers that we have today, not only just for their presentations, but also for the awesome work that they do in their respective field. I think to conclude, I'll bring some of the highlights that we have in the morning. Earlier this morning mentioned about some of the factors that are affecting inequality, which are inequality of access to basic services like health, education, housing, and so on and so forth. Employment inequality, lack of social safety nets, particularly when shocks occur, and inequality of income and assets. And from the stories that we have heard during the session, we've heard how the technology is being used to tackle some of these challenges. And we've seen how the technology not only become, again, an equalizer, but also an accelerator for us to achieve inclusive growth. But again, for us, I think one of the key messages that we discussed just now was about really trying to make things simpler by listening and paying attention to what the users, what the end users, what our beneficiaries, what our partners need. Sometimes really easy for us to be to get trapped in a situation where we think we know how to do things, right? So that's something that we need to be very careful of. And another thing, I think, coming from technology company or startups, right? We do a lot of experimentations, we do a lot of trials and errors, and sometimes what we design is not something that we can just launch to the mass. So keep trying, keep making errors, responsible errors, right? And learn quickly and get back quickly, and think how can we serve more people and trying to make our society become more and more inclusive. Thank you. Me, and I'll hand it over to the organizer.
Thank you for the moderator and also speakers. We would like to ask you to please remain on the stage, as there will be a token of appreciation that will be delivered by Senior Advisor to the Minister for Economic Financing, Bappenas. We would like to invite Ibu Amalia Diningar Widayasanti to come to the stage and deliver the souvenirs to the speakers and also moderator. Please come to the stage. Thank you for Ibu Amalia Diningar. The moderator and also all the speakers, please return to your seats.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our panel discussion today. We have now come to the last agenda, that is closing remarks. by the Deputy Minister for Economic Affairs, Bappenas. We would like to invite Bapak Leonard Tampubolon to come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening for us, all the deputies, director, and representatives from ministries, high-level institution, and distinguished speaker and participant of International Conference on Inclusive Economic Growth, Reducing Poverty and Inequality in Bali, 10 October 2018. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we just finished all the session in our conference on inclusive economic growth, reducing poverty in inequality in Afaya Hotel, and Resort Bali. I would like to kindly give my highest appreciation to all speakers and participants for our fruitful session and discussion from morning until evening. Personally, I am very thankful for our input and thoughts in this topic, and I am sure that outcome of this conference will be useful for enriching our development planning in the future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the quality of economic growth in the country, both developing and developed country, can be determined well if the growth can provide equitable access and opportunity to all segments of society, improve welfare and reduce disparity between group and the region. In order to enhance the quality of economic growth in Indonesia, one of the policy direction in the National Medium-Term Development Plan 2015-2019 is to have a more inclusive economic growth and sustainable development. In line with this direction, the National Priority Thema in 2019 also highlight about the equitable development for the growth quality. The Indonesia Ministry of National Development Plan, or Bappenas, intends to take a lead role in promoting more inclusive economic growth in both national and regional level. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia economic development saw a positive and a stable trend over the last 5 years, averaging 5.2 each year. Indonesia also experienced good progress in poverty reduction, so by reducing the number of people in Indonesia and the percentage of poor people in Indonesia for the first time reached a single digit after 30 years. Moreover, the unemployment rate also indicated improving trend from 7.74% in 2010 to 5.5% in 2017. Hereinafter, a good progress of economic growth also leads to decreasing of inequality reflected from the Gini ratio of Indonesia in 2017, which reached 0.391. In doing so, innovation in Islamic finance has shown to support a more inclusive economy. It has been proven that to reduce poverty and inequality and empower the economy on the low of income people. Bappenas, as a ministry responsible for national development planning, initiated the study of inclusive growth to develop an inclusive economic growth index. It measures the inclusiveness level economic development in Indonesia quantitatively and become a basis for policy making, which is more targeted and comprehensive. And this international conference mutually support as a platform to share Indonesia experience from Bappenas about developing an index to measure the level of inclusive growth in the country as well as to promote policy exchange and learning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this international conference gives us various experience across country in supporting more inclusive economic growth. And I would like to conclude that our discussion today has conveyed many important notes and thoughts. Some of the highlights is as follows. First, To reduce poverty, we need a focus to employment-intensive sector and support the agriculture sector to increase. With this regard, people will have more income and more access to increase their welfare. Second, we learn from our provincial experience, such as West Java, which have implemented inclusive growth development agenda. Some example of the program is digital commerce for farmers to increase the farmer welfare. Other strategy of West Java is to support inclusive economic growth are providing basic infrastructure, improving the quality and skill labor, improving connectivity among regions in West Java, village development, and developing new economic centers. The third one, inclusive growth can also be achieved through women empowerment and productive economic community empowerment. Through empowerment programs, these resilient communities can be involved in the economic activities, which will then contribute to poverty alleviation and inequality reduction for low-income people who has a potential to improve their creativity. The fourth, we have already discussed how financial development can support inclusive economic growth, including Islamic finance, especially through sukuk and zakat. Islamic finance tools are so sustainable financial instrument, since it's linked with the real sector and emphasize social value. More precisely, sukuk is one instrument of Islamic finance that is highly related with the real sector at its underlying asset. Moreover, Islamic social finance, such as zakat, has shown to have a role in reducing socioeconomic disparity, since it focused on the transfer of wealth from the privileged to the underprivileged. Then we also learned that the more innovation of Islamic finance, the more benefit can be delivered to the society, especially for the poor people. The fifth, we also discuss how technology can accelerate a more inclusive economic growth and achieve the sustainable development goals in various countries through creating access to the economic opportunity for hard-to-reach community. The experience of speakers shows that there are a lot of opportunities to develop local economy, especially in rural area. The experience for the speaker also remind us of the importance of the collaboration between the public and private sector in implementing policies for poverty alleviation and inequality reduction effort. Finally, I greatly give an honor to Bappenas and SMERU team for their good collaboration, for organizing and running this event very well. I also give a thanks and highest appreciation for the four foundation, IFAD and ADB that have fully support this parallel event. Furthermore, for those who participate in this international seminar, I believe that your active participation will bring substantialism to enrich knowledge and sharpen our experience in inclusive economic development issue. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Leonard Tapubolon, for the closing remarks.
Well, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. Now we are at the end of the International Conference on Inclusive Economic Growth, Reducing Poverty and Inequality as a part of the 2018 IMF World Bank Group Annual Meeting. Thank you very much for your participation in this event. We hope you had fruitful discussion and bring insightful takeaways from this event.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind all of you who have registered for gala dinner to attend the dinner at 18:30 or 6:30 p.m. at this ballroom. It's applied for registered guests. There will be special souvenirs, also performances, and an interactive session from Saung Angklung Ujung. Thank you and see you this evening.
Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin tamu undangan, kami ingin menginformasikan kepada Bapak Ibu bahwa akan ada rangkaian acara dari IMF World Bank Group Annual Meetings yang tertera di layar depan Bapak Ibu, yaitu yang pertama ada Low Carbon Development and Green Economy atau LCDP yang akan dilaksanakan pada Kamis 11 Oktober 2018 bertempat di Naya Putri Hotel Nusa Dua, dan yang kedua yaitu SDGs Knowledge Platform yang akan dilaksanakan pada Jumat 12 Oktober 2018 bertempat di Naya Putri Hotel Nusa Dua.
We would like to inform you that there will be two more events in two consecutive days. First, the high-level panel on low carbon development and green economy on Thursday, 11th of October 2018 at Inaya Putri Hotel Nusa Dua. And second, there will be also a talk show on localizing the implementation of the SDGs Act locally on a global scale that will be held on Friday, 12th of October 2018. Also at Inaya Putri Hotel Nusa Dua. Thank you.
Baik, kami umumkan sekali lagi kepada Bapak Ibu hadirin tamu undangan yang sudah melakukan registrasi untuk hadir di gala dinner, maka kami mengharapkan dengan hormat kehadiran Bapak Ibu untuk hadir di gala dinner pada malam ini pukul 18.30 di ballroom ini. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada Bapak Ibu yang sudah registrasi untuk menghadiri gala dinner pada malam hari ini untuk dapat hadir pukul 18.30 di ballroom ini. Terima kasih.
Innovation. So the world is moving fast.
Are you going to be at the conference World Bank?
Yes, I mean, in fact, I just came to the other side. Oh yeah, just
My colleague, his name is Mahesh, he leads global partnership team for this Internet Access Project. So,
yeah, just come and meet.
okay, find some time to get a coffee or something. That'd be great. Nice to meet you.
Aneh utuh yang kan. Dua
Pijat nih tengok, hei, lu belum masih, kan? Gue gedean nih. Itu apa dapat dah? Ikan ngọc bung đấy. Đỡ cái gì cũng bị nhiều do vậy. Bung vậy đấy. Saya lihat dulu tadi. Tidak.
Bentar lagi dipanggil. Pak, ambilkan. Pak. Sebentar, Pak.
Timer aja, Pak. Biar Bapak mau tidur.
Nggak usah.